Hey there. Tonight, we're going to ease into a tale of adventure and survival in the unforgiving landscape of Viking Norway. Welcome. Let's settle in for this journey together. Dim the lights, pull up a warm blanket, maybe put a fan on for that soft background hum. Make yourself comfortable just as you are. Now, let's talk about why you wouldn't last a day in 9th century Scandinavia. Imagine waking to the sound of seagulls and the smell of salted fish hanging from the rafters. You'd struggle with the language, not knowing what scal means or how to properly wield an axe. As we explore this world of fur-lined cloaks and hand-forged swords, you'll realize just how ill-equipped you are for life in Viking Norway, at least, according to our trusty sources. So take a slow breath, close your eyes if you'd like, and let's begin. You wake up to the smell of smoldering wood and damp wool. The thatched roof above you allows a sliver of gray light to seep in, casting a faint glow on the rough-hewn walls of your longhouse. You stir, rubbing the sleep from your eyes as the warm air carries the scent of last night's dinner, perhaps some dried fish or boiled turnips, mingling with the acrid tang of wood smoke. As you sit up, the furs that were draped over you during the night slide off, revealing a tangled mess of woolen blankets and skin. You've grown accustomed to sleeping on these animal hides, but they still scratch at your skin in places where the stitching is worn thin. Your stomach growls softly as you swing your legs over the side of the wooden bed frame, feeling the cold air from outside seep into the room. Your feet thump against the packed earth floor as you rise to a crouch, wincing slightly as you remember the previous day's exertions. You've been working on repairing the village's fishing nets, an endless task that requires patience and attention to detail, but yields little satisfaction when the fish aren't biting. The memory of yesterday's struggles still lingers in your muscles. The longhouse is quiet for now. Only a faint murmur carries from outside as your family begins their morning routines. You hear the creaking of wooden beams overhead, the soft bleating of goats in the adjacent pen, and the distant clang of hammer on anvil as one of your neighbors gets to work on repairing his own tools. You stand up slowly, feeling the stiffness in your back from sleeping on a bed that's more suited for storing furs than supporting human frames. As you make your way towards the central fire pit, you notice the faint scent of cooking meat wafting through the air. Perhaps someone has already started breakfast. Your stomach growls louder at the prospect. The hearth is where you spend most of your waking hours during winter months like these. The flames from last night's dinner have died down to a smolder, but there are still hot coals remaining that need attention. You stomp over to the fire pit, careful not to slip on the slick stone floor as it's covered in yesterday's grease and ash. You grab a nearby wooden mallet and begin stirring the embers with quick, precise strikes. The dry wood crackles and spits as you coax new flames from the coals, adding small twigs and scraps of bark to keep the fire going until breakfast is ready. Your fingers sting slightly as the heat builds, but this is a familiar sensation, one that comes from years of tending fires in this very spot. With the flames licking at the wood now, you take a step back, surveying your domain with a practiced eye. The longhouse is simple yet functional, wooden frames holding up woolen blankets draped over animal hides, narrow windows admitting what little light there is during these dark months, and that central fire pit where meals are cooked, stories shared, and plans made. As you pause to assess the situation, Your gaze falls upon a faint smudge on one of the supporting pillars. It's an old stain, probably left by last year's batch of blacksmithed pots being hung for drying near this very spot. The reminder is both reassuring, the villagers have their routines, and slightly disconcerting. How much work goes into maintaining these structures year after year? You shake off the reverie, focusing on breakfast preparations instead. Your family gathers around you now, your mother carrying a basket of dried berries, her husband bearing an armload of split kindling for the fire. They exchange quiet greetings as they start to get ready for another day. The air thickens with anticipation, and despite the weariness still clinging to your muscles from yesterday's work, there's something about being part of this community, sharing a space that feels both cramped and expansive at once, that makes you feel alive in a way nothing else can. You breathe deeply as the fire crackles louder now, carrying on the familiar rhythms of daily life. In another moment or two, your mother will take charge, directing which pots to heat up for breakfast. Whether today's menu includes boiled fish, stewed vegetables, or maybe some scraps from last night's leftover dinner, you can never be sure what'll turn up in this household. Your stomach growls louder still at the thought of being fed. For now, though, there are just these quiet moments before the day starts, and you're already immersed in its flow. As your mother sets about unpacking breakfast supplies from her basket, a faint screech pierces through the calm morning air. One of your younger siblings has spotted some mischief outside the longhouse door. This is what life sounds like here, constant motion between routine and chaos, tides ebbing and flowing as each day brings new responsibilities to shoulder. The smell wafting from last night's dinner stirs in you a memory that refuses to be silenced. How just yesterday morning your neighbor's daughter was bragging about the size of her father's catch, or so it seemed. Her boasts had riled up several of the village elders who'd gathered nearby for their daily gossip session. With breakfast finally underway and bellies starting to rumble in anticipation, the conversation turns toward this very topic: what constitutes a good day on the water? Some say size matters most. Others argue it's all about consistency, being able to bring home something edible from even the smallest fish runs. Your neighbor's daughter is still grumbling good-naturedly about her father's questionable bragging, as if this were some sort of ongoing challenge between families. Your focus wavers for a moment as you listen in on their exchange, and by now your stomach has begun to rumble loudly. But it takes only one glance at the steaming pot your mother holds aloft before all other thoughts dissolve. The morning sun casts its pale light over this scene, highlighting every crease on each of these weathered faces. Everyone here is so very real. At some point during breakfast preparations, you find yourself distracted by a faint scratching sound coming from outside, one that's not unlike the way your cat used to claw at wooden beams in better times. As it turns out, the scratching belongs to none other than Gudmundur himself, your neighbor, who's tending his pig pen nearby. His arrival draws more people into the yard. Others come out of their homes to catch up on news or ask for a spot of help with something they need assistance with, all the while exchanging quiet nods and greetings as if this were any ordinary day in Viking Norway. Yet even now there exists an undertone, whispers of trade negotiations gone awry between townsfolk, murmurs about impending snows that'll bring travel to a standstill for weeks on end. These are not new concerns, merely the ebb and flow of village life as everyone works together to survive from one day to the next. In this brief lull, though, before Gudmundur has even finished his pig's daily ration or another neighbor arrives with their request, you catch yourself thinking, perhaps it wouldn't be so bad after all if things slowed down a mite. The thought slips away unremarked as your mother finally calls out for everyone to gather round the breakfast table. You take your seat alongside them, noticing now how they've arranged themselves around the fire pit in familiar patterns, some sitting closer than others while still managing an air of separation within this confined space. There's something endearing about watching these small scenes unfold from day to day, observing each person fall into their own accustomed roles and routines as if there weren't any great differences between them. Your mother hands out wooden spoons for everyone, carefully serving up a meager helping of boiled fish with some scraps of vegetables on the side. The air thickens further now, heavy with anticipation, but not yet anticipation's excitement. You're acutely aware that eating is both private and communal here, something you can't quite do without your family around you, like sharing a warm fire during these long winter nights or working out fishing nets together under bright sunlight when it arrives. For the moment, though, there are only these quiet morning scenes unfolding before breakfast has even been eaten. As you wake up to the soft light of dawn creeping through the small window high above your bed, the world outside seems quiet and still. The darkness has receded enough for you to make out the shapes of your fellow household members stirring in their own beds, but it's too early for conversation or excitement, just a gentle murmur as they roll over and settle back into sleep. You lie there for a moment, listening to the faint sounds drifting from outside, the distant lowing of cattle, the creaks and groans of wooden houses settling into place after a long night. The air is crisp with the promise of winter's chill, but for now it's just cool enough to make you snuggle under the furs that lie scattered across your bed. The smell of yesterday's cooking still clings to the wood smoke-scented air in your home, a lingering reminder of last night's meal. Your stomach growls at the thought, and with a stretch you swing your legs over the side of the bed, feeling the rough woolen blanket snag against your skin as you rise. Your feet thump onto the wooden floorboards, quiet after the night's use, but still carrying the faint scent of last evening's dinner. You wobble for a moment on unsteady legs, shaking off the lingering sleepiness before taking your first steps into the day. The cold air outside is sharp against your skin as you push open the door to let in the morning light. Your eyes adjust slowly to the brightness after the darkness inside, and for a moment, everything seems bleached of color. But then, like a painting coming alive, the world reveals itself. The thatched roof of the adjacent house, the green fields stretching out beyond your little cluster of homes, and the skeletal trees standing guard over it all. You make your way to the kitchen area at the back of the longhouse, past the sleeping forms of your family members. The fire from last night's cooking has died down, but embers still glow in its depths, enough for a small flame to be kindled with some effort and patience. Your mother or sister might have already stoked it into life by now, judging from the faint wisps of smoke curling up towards the chimney. You stand there for a moment, watching as your home comes alive around you, your father getting dressed in the corner, his movements slow and deliberate after a night's sleep. One of the younger children wandering over to where you're standing, still half asleep but rubbing their eyes with an impatient hand. The faint scratching sound from outside, probably just an errant chicken pecking at the ground for breakfast. The kitchen area is dimly lit by the flickering flame and a few meager candles, casting eerie shadows on the walls as you move around. It's cold enough that your breath misted in front of you when you exhale, and for now, It seems like an effort to even think about getting anything done. Your stomach growls again at this point, louder than before, reminding you that breakfast is a long way off yet. You'll have to wait until the porridge has been cooked, which might take some time depending on how much water was added and whether your mother wants it thin or thick today. And then there's the matter of who gets what share, usually an equal portion for everyone in the household, but sometimes a little extra if you've helped with the chores. The porridge itself is not something to get too excited about, even on its best days. It's just oats boiled up with some water and maybe a pinch of salt or so, served hot enough that it feels like eating a warm, wet sponge. The flavor isn't bad in small doses, but if you're looking for excitement, you might as well try to find any. Still, there are moments during the morning routine where things seem almost peaceful. Maybe not exactly peace, since everyone's usually arguing about whose turn it is to feed the animals or whether someone left their cloak outside again. But at least in these quiet stretches before breakfast gets underway, you can see everything that needs doing and feel a sense of control over your little corner of Viking Norway. You take a deep breath as you look around, letting your gaze settle on each family member waking up one by one. The sleepy-eyed child yawns loudly. Your father scratches his chin thoughtfully after getting dressed in last night's clothes. No need to bother with changing into clean ones just yet. The fire crackles softly behind them all. The world outside seems full of possibilities, but for now it's enough that you're up and walking around the house, feeling the weight of your own daily tasks ahead. There might be errands to run later or work in the fields, but none of those things are pressing yet. You make a slow circuit of the room, getting closer to the fire without actually joining its warmth just yet. The heat is still a little too much for early morning comfort, and besides, it's not like you're going anywhere important today anyway. You pause by the doorframe where your cloak hangs neatly folded, but smelling vaguely of damp earth from last night. Your fingers brush against the woolen fabric as you pass through to get some fresh air outside. It's chilly enough that you can see your breath again, and for a moment you stand there feeling the cool misting on your skin before turning back towards the warmth inside, slowly getting closer, still not quite ready to give up the world outside just yet. The house creaks around you as everyone starts stirring, sounds of groggy morning conversation filtering from one end of it. It's a low-key day ahead, nothing epic or momentous to speak of, at least for now. Just the simple business of living through another winter in Viking Norway. As you emerge from the dimly lit longhouse, the crisp winter air slaps your face like a wet rag, reminding you that another day has begun in Viking Norway. The sky above is a deep shade of indigo, with stars twinkling like ice chips scattered across its surface. You rub the sleep from your eyes and squint towards the eastern horizon, where the first hints of dawn are starting to creep into view. The air is heavy with wood smoke and damp earth, carried on the breeze that whispers secrets through the village's narrow alleys. You breathe it in deeply, feeling the familiar tang of resin and tar cling to your nostrils. It's a smell you've grown accustomed to over time, but still find strangely comforting, like coming home. Your stomach growls, protesting the delay between breakfast and lunch. You're not alone. The sound echoes through the village as people begin their morning routines. Some are stirring in their own longhouses, while others head out into the darkness towards the communal kitchen for a pre-dawn meal of bread and cheese. You shiver at the thought of venturing outside without breaking your fast, especially on mornings like this when the air still carries a bite from last night's frost. But duty calls. Today is log splitting day, and you're scheduled to contribute your share of firewood for the village hearth. It's not exactly glamorous work, but someone has to do it. You splash water over your face in an attempt to shake off the lingering haze of sleep. The shock of cold water brings a brief clarity, allowing you to focus on the task ahead. You grab a wooden bucket and trudge through the knee-deep snow towards the communal woodpile, located conveniently near the village's central square. As you approach the pile, you notice an elderly villager, Jitha, already at work breaking apart logs with her trusty splitting axe. Her movements are economical and practiced, each strike precise as she chips away at a particularly stubborn knot. She looks up momentarily to watch you arrive, nods curtly in acknowledgement before returning to her task. You take your own position alongside the pile and begin sorting through the stacked wood, separating larger logs from smaller kindling pieces. Your hands move on autopilot, having completed this chore countless times already, a reflex born of repetition rather than interest. Still, it's essential work. Without firewood for cooking and warmth, life in Viking Norway would be. Oh, interesting. The village is small enough that everyone knows each other's names, if not their faces. But when you glance around at the scattered group working together to manage this winter's wood supply, you can't help but feel a sense of isolation. They're all intent on their tasks, or perhaps lost in thought. Each one is absorbed in some aspect of log splitting. Jitha with her axe work, Thorgrim hammering away at particularly stubborn logs with his maul, while the younger children are engaged in collecting smaller sticks for kindling, chattering excitedly amongst themselves. The quiet reverberations from their labors blend into a soothing background hum as you settle into your own task. The rhythmic thuds and scrapes of splitting would begin to seep into your subconscious like a lullaby, an ironic effect considering the physical strain involved in this backbreaking work. You take up your position beside Jitha, and together you tackle a particularly large log. Your hands move in tandem as she positions herself opposite you, her axe poised at shoulder height while yours hangs limp from its leather thong around your neck. The moment of decision arrives. Do you strike first or let Jitha lead the way? A pause hangs between them like an invitation to conversation, which might be a pleasant distraction if either were so inclined. Instead, the gap is filled with only the creaking of wooden handles and the muted scrape of splitting wood against stone. In this still moment, you're struck by how little spoken communication occurs amidst all the activity. As Jitha initiates another blow, the thud resonates through your entire body. It's almost a physical manifestation of her age-old experience guiding yours. Her precision is reassuring, even when the axe bites deep into wood fibers and sends splinters flying in unpredictable directions. These are moments to appreciate an elderly villager's skill at this particular task. You can't help but be impressed by Jitha's persistence. Each blow she takes seems a calculated risk, aimed directly between two opposing forces of nature, wood versus stone. Her axe appears almost alive as it splits and tears through the log's frozen hearts, a testament to her unyielding tenacity over seasons. This quiet camaraderie carries on for what feels like an age. each log split gradually giving way to a growing mountain of neatly sectioned firewood. It's slow, painstaking work, but every so often you catch yourself glancing around at the scene unfolding in the village square and can't help feeling grateful that this is your life. As morning deepens into late morning chilliness, Thorgrim takes over handling larger logs with his maul while Jitha moves to sort through smaller pieces for kindling. In a peculiar way, you find yourself enjoying the steady rhythm of splitting wood, almost enough to forget about the underlying purpose behind this backbreaking labor, to sustain your community. With each strike and split, a sense of accomplishment builds within you, a subtle realization dawning that perhaps it's not so bad after all being part of this intricate machine called Viking Norway. As you continue to find your place within the intricate machine of Viking Norway, the sounds and smells of everyday life begin to seep into your consciousness like the morning mist that clings to the fjord's edges. The air is crisp, with a hint of wood smoke carried on the gentle breeze that stirs the birch tree's silvery leaves. You find yourself standing in front of one of the village's many longhouses, its wooden beams weathered to a soft gray that seems almost blue in this morning light. Inside, you notice the smell of baking bread wafting from the central hearth, where a young woman named Gudrun is expertly mixing and kneading dough. The mixture is more like clay than dough, really coarse and dense, with tiny bits of ash and lye that make it almost impossible to work with by hand. You watch as she uses her entire body to manipulate the mass, using her shoulders and arms to lever and fold the dough until it's smooth and pliable. It's a mesmerizing process, one that speaks to the very essence of Viking Norway, resourcefulness in the face of adversity. Gudrun's hands move with a practiced ease as if she's been kneading bread all her life, which, given the frequency of baking, is probably true. You feel a twinge of envy at this level of expertise. Your own attempts to mix and knead the night before ended in disaster, resulting in a batch of misshapen loaves that were more suitable for fueling the fire than satisfying anyone's hunger. The sound of hammering on metal echoes through the village, growing louder as you walk towards the sound. You follow it to the blacksmith's forge, where an older man named Olaf is working at his craft with a willful intensity that borders on obsession. Sweat drips from his brow as he hammers away at a glowing piece of steel, shaping it into what looks like a particularly nasty-looking axe head. You stand there for a while, watching the sparks fly and feeling the rhythmic beat of Olaf's hammering resonate through your entire body. It's almost hypnotic, this fusion of sound and motion that seems to be both violent and meditative at the same time. You notice how each swing of his arm creates its own miniature whirlwind of sparks, as if the metal itself is being flayed alive. Eventually, you tear yourself away from the forge, feeling a twinge of hunger pangs as you walk back towards your own longhouse. Inside, you find a meager breakfast spread out on a small table. A few bits of dried fish, some stale bread, and what looks like a rather dubious-looking cheese wedge that's been sitting in the sun for far too long. You eat it all anyway. After all, there are days when even this unappetizing mixture seems like a feast. The taste is overwhelmingly bland, with just enough salt to make your tongue feel like sandpaper. As you swallow, you notice how dry and cracked the skin on your hands has become from working outdoors. Gudrun's kneading was probably harder work than it looked. The morning wears on, with no immediate tasks assigned to you, which is both a blessing and a curse. On one hand, you have some free time to explore or relax. On the other, you feel like a spare cog in a machine that doesn't quite know what to do with you. You wander around the village, taking in more of its sights and sounds. One thing catches your eye, a small wooden structure tucked away between two larger longhouses. It looks almost like a miniature version of the main longhouse itself, except it's much smaller, with walls that are surprisingly thin. You can see right through them. A faint smell wafts from within, something that's both earthy and slightly acrid. Curiosity gets the better of you. You push aside the curtain made from animal hides and peer inside. It takes a moment for your eyes to adjust. The interior is dimly lit, with only a few slivers of sunlight piercing through cracks in the walls. What you see makes you blink twice. It's some sort of latrine dug into the earth itself. The air inside is thick with the smell of waste and dampness. You can almost taste the acrid tang on your tongue. You notice how the wooden boards are arranged to form a crude seat over the pit, not exactly hygienic by modern standards. But what do these people know about germs anyway? There's something oddly fascinating about this place. It feels both necessary and repellent at the same time. As you stand there trying to wrap your head around the concept of communal waste disposal in a frozen latrine pit, you hear footsteps behind you. You turn to see one of the village elders emerging from the shadows, an elderly woman named Helga who seems to know everything that's happening within these walls, and possibly beyond them as well. Ah, she says, her voice low and smooth like honey dripping into a cup. I see you've discovered our little latrine. Not exactly the most glamorous part of village life, but someone has to do it. You feel a flush rise to your cheeks, not from embarrassment, although that's there too, but because Helga's tone is so matter-of-fact about something that feels both repulsive and fascinating at the same time. Helga continues on as if you're following her. It's actually quite ingenious, really. The wooden boards are arranged to allow waste to fall into a separate chamber below. We call it the skrit. It keeps everything contained. Most of the time, you follow Helga outside, where she hands you a small bundle wrapped in cloth. Inside is what looks like a worn-out piece of leather tied with twine. For your use, she says with an air of nonchalance that's both disarming and unnerving at once. Be sure to aim for the center, it makes things easier on everyone. You take the bundle, feeling a mix of gratitude Helga is trying to help, and discomfort, the thought of using this contraption in public. The sounds and smells around you seem more intense than before. Birds chirping, geese honking from the nearby fjord, and of course, that eternal background scent of wood smoke wafting through everything. As Helga walks away with an air of quiet efficiency, no doubt off to attend to her own daily tasks, you stand there for a moment, feeling like both a participant in this strange world and an outsider looking in. You wonder what other peculiarities await you as part of Viking Norway's intricate machine, and whether you'll last long enough to find out. For now, the sun is climbing higher in the sky. It's time to get moving again. With a quiet sense of resignation and a growing awareness that life here will not always be easy, you take your first steps towards embracing this strange new world, warts and all, including the frozen latrine pit that seems destined to become an unlikely part of your daily routine. The sounds around you grow louder as you walk, hammering at the forge, chiseling away at stone or wood you can't quite tell which, children playing with a makeshift ball made from animal hides. You breathe in deeply, trying to make sense of this cacophony, but mostly just inhaling more of that omnipresent smell of smoke and damp earth. It's hard not to feel like an outsider when faced with such a sensory onslaught. Your senses reel as you try to drink it all in. Well, yet, something else is happening within you too, a growing sense of belonging, or at least trying to. It's almost impossible to describe, except that every new experience adds another layer to the intricate tapestry of Viking Norway, one that slowly begins to feel like home. Or maybe it's just your imagination playing tricks on you. Either way, as you walk through these narrow village streets with their uneven cobblestones and makeshift wooden signs, you see Hrothgar scrawled in bold letters above a door. Who or what is Hrothgar? You can't help but feel that every step brings you closer to understanding this strange new world. Even if it's just the latrine pit, waiting patiently for its next inhabitant. You stepped out of your cozy little longhouse and into the chill morning air, the sunlight catching you off guard after the warmth of the fire pit inside. The sky was a pale blue, with wispy clouds that seemed to be drawn from the same brush as the misty veil shrouding the fjord's edge. You blinked away the sleepiness, taking in your surroundings, the neat rows of wooden frames supporting the turf roof above, the well-trodden path leading down to the water's edge, and the cluster of thatched huts beyond, their occupants stirring into life. As you ambled towards the family's longhouse, the scent of baking bread wafted out, making your stomach growl in anticipation. You pushed open the door, and a warm golden light spilled out, accompanied by the murmur of voices and the clinking of utensils against wooden platters. Your mother stood at the fire pit, expertly flipping a round loaf on a metal skewer while simultaneously stirring a cauldron of porridge. Your father emerged from behind a stack of furs, his face creasing into a smile as he spotted you. "Morning, young one," he said, his voice low and soothing, like the lapping of waves against the shore. He handed you a wooden cup filled with steaming water. You took it gratefully, feeling the warmth seep through your fingers. As you sipped the water, which was lukewarm at best, you noticed your mother's hands moving deftly as she prepared breakfast. Her skin was rough and creased from years of hard work, but her touch was gentle when handling fragile items like eggs or herbs. You watched with curiosity as she expertly cracked an egg onto the griddle, the yolk bursting forth like a miniature sun. The air inside the longhouse was thick with the smells of cooking food, porridge, bread, and roasting meat, but it wasn't overpowering. Your family had mastered the art of balancing scents to create a harmonious atmosphere that didn't overwhelm your senses. You breathed deeply, feeling grateful for this comfortable home life. As breakfast neared completion, you realized you needed to get moving on your daily chores. The latrine pit was still waiting patiently. No one liked being its next inhabitant after all. Your father handed you a wooden bucket and pointed towards the outhouse beyond the house's edge. "Time for your morning ablutions," he said with a hint of dry humor. You trudged out to the latrine, the cool air hitting you like a slap in the face. The smell inside was pungent but not overwhelming, just a faint tang that made your nose wrinkle. You did your business as quickly as possible, trying not to think about the state of the pit's contents or who might be digging it up next. When finished, you rinsed yourself off with icy cold water from a nearby bucket, shivering at the shock to your system. The temperature was around 40 degrees Fahrenheit, brisk but not freezing, and just right for the time of year. You didn't think twice about the cold. In fact, it invigorated you. Back inside, you joined your family at the table, where they'd set out a steaming porridge made from oats and barley, accompanied by slabs of coarse-baked bread and bits of salted meat. The air was thick with conversation as you all ate together, discussing everything from the weather to your mother's latest spinning project. After breakfast, you spent some time practicing your archery skills on the nearby range. Your father had taught you well. You'd grown competent at knocking arrows and drawing strings, but still managed to hit a few trees in the process of learning. As you aimed and fired, the sound of twigs snapping echoed through the morning air. The sun climbed higher now, casting longer shadows across the ground as it warmed up the day. You felt energized after your morning chores and breakfast, ready to tackle whatever tasks lay ahead, be they household duties or helping out with the family's small-scale farming endeavors. Your mother handed you a woven basket filled with fresh herbs from their garden, parsley, dill, and some wild chamomile that grew nearby. Today's foraging task, she said with a smile, pointing towards the forest edge where your father was waiting to show you which plants were safe to harvest. You set off with him, baskets in hand, into the dense forest, the scent of pine needles and damp earth enveloping you like a cloak. The air vibrated with the songs of birds, mostly sparrows and thrushes, but an occasional woodpecker echoed through the trees as well. You felt grateful for this life where nature was so closely intertwined with daily tasks. As you wandered deeper into the forest, you noticed that some plants were beginning to show signs of frost damage from last night's chill. A few leaves curled up or shriveled in spots, while others seemed more resilient than ever. Your father pointed out which ones would be safe for cooking and explained why certain types wouldn't be worth harvesting this time of year. With full baskets and the morning sun shining down on you, you headed back towards home as the day's tasks began to unfold before your eyes. Some planting, maybe a little repair work on the house or its belongings. Your mother had left out a new batch of flatbread for tomorrow's meals. It was still warm from baking when you arrived. You spent the afternoon kneading dough and shaping the loaves, feeling the cool air fill with the scent of freshly baked bread as the door opened to let in a welcome draft. The sun climbed higher now, casting long shadows across the ground. This day promised to be like many others, filled with quiet moments of hard work, simple pleasures, and an endless appreciation for life's tiny comforts. As evening approached, you settled down beside your family around the fire pit once more, watching as they worked on repairing a damaged hunting trap or tending to their small flock. Conversation ebbed and flowed like a stream, sometimes light-hearted chatter about the day's events, other times quieter moments where everyone focused on their tasks. As night began to fall, you noticed how your eyes adjusted slowly to the dim light inside, first as darkness crept into the corners of the room, then gradually illuminating everything in between. Shadows deepened and grew longer, but they were comforting shadows, like those cast by familiar trees outside. With a sigh of contentment, you leaned back against a stack of furs, feeling your eyelids grow heavy. It had been another day filled with simple tasks and moments to appreciate the beauty around you. Your mother handed out wooden cups once more, this time filled with lukewarm ale made from fermented grains, its sweetness soothing as it washed down the rich flavors of dinner. As night deepened outside, you listened for a moment to the distant sounds of your community, hammers ringing against metal in one nearby hut, laughter echoing through another where some young folks might be sharing stories or playing games. And then there was silence, that peaceful, comforting kind that only comes after a long day's labor. As you let out a soft sigh and began to drift off to sleep, the fire crackled softly outside your home, illuminating the dark with an ever-changing pattern of shadows on walls. As you let out a soft sigh and began to drift off to sleep, the fire crackled softly outside your home, illuminating the dark with an ever-changing pattern of shadows on walls. The flickering flames danced like restless spirits, casting eerie silhouettes against the rough-hewn wooden beams that supported your small dwelling. You felt the gentle warmth seep into your bones as you lay there, but it was a distant comfort, for in Viking Norway, sleep would come later, and with it, an equally grueling day. As you slowly became aware of your surroundings once more, the darkness outside gave way to a faint glow on the horizon. The sky lightened incrementally, painting itself with hues of indigo, purple, and finally, pale blue. You stirred beneath the thin woolen blanket that covered you, feeling the rough texture against your skin as you shifted onto your side. Your stomach growled softly, reminding you that another day was about to begin. In this quiet moment before dawn, you might have considered savoring a little more rest, but such luxuries were reserved for the wealthy few who could afford them. For most people in Viking Norway, including yourself, there was no time for idleness. You threw off your blanket and swung your legs over the side of the bed, feeling the rough-hewn wooden floor beneath your feet. Your eyes adjusted to the dim light that filtered through the single window high above you, illuminating a space cramped with bundles of straw, woven baskets, and tools. The air was thick with the scent of last night's meal, smoked fish and boiled root vegetables, which had simmered for hours in cauldrons over the fire. As you stood up, your legs felt stiff from yesterday's exertions. You yawned, stretching your arms above your head to loosen up the kinks. Your fingers brushed against the wooden beam supporting your bed frame, a rough-hewn piece of driftwood that had been salvaged from a nearby fjord and carefully sanded to fit snugly into place. You made your way over to the small alcove where you kept your personal belongings, a few precious trinkets, some meager supplies, and an assortment of tools. Among them was a sturdy leather pouch containing your day's rations, dried meat, flat bread, and cheese, wrapped in parchment paper and tied with twine. You rummaged through the pouch, feeling for each item by touch, knowing every meal would be carefully planned to maximize what little food you had. The leather creaked softly as you worked its stiff laces open, a sound that became all too familiar as winter's chill began to seep into your bones. It was time to prepare for the day ahead, whatever it may bring. The wind outside carried an unfamiliar scent, one of damp earth and moss, but beneath it lay the unmistakable tang of wood smoke. You moved toward the door, pushing aside a woven curtain made from woolen threads dyed in shades of blue and green. Outside, the air was cool and crisp, carrying with it whispers of rain, not heavy, just a gentle patter on leaves and stone. As you stepped out into this new day, you felt the weight of your leather cloak settle onto your shoulders, its stiff lacing biting at your neck. You tied the fastenings beneath your chin, fumbling for the small iron brooch that secured it in place. The buckle clicked softly as it caught on a tiny metal loop embedded into the fabric, an ingenious trick you'd learned from watching the village weaver's daughter demonstrate her mother's handiwork. With each passing day, these familiar routines helped make life feel more manageable. The sky had lightened enough to reveal wispy clouds drifting lazily across the horizon. The colors of dawn softened everything, Gray stones turned a gentle blue-gray, brown thatch roofs mellowed into beige, all blending seamlessly with one another as if in deliberate attempt to minimize any harsh lines or contrasts. Such harmony was almost always broken, however, by the presence of wooden tools and makeshift repairs scattered about. You surveyed your surroundings before heading out toward the fjord's bustling marketplace. In Viking Norway, every day felt like a battle against nature, unpredictable weather, scarce resources, and wear on both body and spirit. The air carried an endless array of scents: damp earth, wood smoke, sweat, salt from the sea, and above all else, fish, whether fresh or dried. Your stomach growled louder as you thought about facing another day with its countless challenges. You would have to navigate through crowded stalls selling everything from salted meats to hand-woven baskets, haggle over prices for goods that cost just a little too much in an already tight economy, and perhaps even participate in a heated debate or two over the finer points of trade agreements between neighboring villages. For now, however, all these concerns receded into the background as you focused on your immediate task: getting dressed. This meant tending to those stiff leather boots that had been awaiting their turn for so long. You knelt down beside a small pile of scattered belongings near the door and began rummaging through them. A collection of worn-out socks, hand-woven woolen gloves, and a faded woolen shawl caught your eye as you dug deeper into the heap. Amidst these familiar comforts lay something else: an old piece of leather that had seen better days but still served its purpose as makeshift patching material for boots like yours. The air was filled with the scent of worn leather, damp earth, and a hint of wood smoke from last night's fire as you carefully extracted two long strips of stiffened leather. You began to tie them around your ankles using thin twine made from twisted sheep wool. This makeshift binding secured loose ends that might otherwise trip you up on uneven terrain. This done, the boots still felt stubbornly uncooperative, their stiff lacing and cramped toes conspiring against a swift exit into the morning's chill. But they would have to suffice for another day of walking the fjord's bustling streets in search of food, shelter, and perhaps even some respite from life's ceaseless grind. As you stood up with your boots now securely tied, a faint sound drifted through the air, footsteps approaching, heavy and deliberate as someone else also began their morning routine. In this quiet moment before dawn broke fully into day, such interruptions were not unwelcome. Instead, they signified another person ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. You slipped on your worn leather cloak once more, feeling its stiff lacing bite at the back of your neck, a sensation that became increasingly familiar with each passing season. In this harsh but beautiful landscape where every day was a battle for survival, such small discomforts were merely another reminder that life in Viking Norway would never be easy. Yet as you gazed out toward the horizon, now light enough to reveal wispy clouds drifting across it like cotton tufts carried on an unseen breeze, even the bleakest of days seemed full of possibilities. As you stood up to shake off the lingering sleepiness, the wooden floorboards beneath your feet creaked softly, releasing a faint whisper of yesterday's conversations and the distant scent of last night's dinner wafting from the kitchen. The morning air outside was crisp, carrying on its gentle breeze the sweet tang of wood smoke from the nearby farms. You breathed it in deeply, feeling the coolness revive your senses. The sun had already climbed high enough to cast a warm glow through the small windows, illuminating the dust motes dancing lazily within their panes. The air inside was thick with the scent of wool and baking bread, yesterday's chores still lingering on the fabric of everyday life. You walked over to the table where your breakfast lay waiting, a simple but satisfying spread of flatbread, cheese, and cold meat. As you sat down, your fingers brushed against the familiar roughness of the woolen socks draped over the chair back. The itchy texture was as comforting as an old friend's hug, worn smooth in places, stiffened by repeated washing, yet still bearing the faint scent of last summer's grasses and wildflowers that clung to them like memories. You had always loved these socks, despite their tendency to chafe your skin into a state of mild rebellion. It was as if they were trying to teach you patience, or at least remind you that some things in life weren't meant for comfort alone. Still, with each passing day, the itch grew more manageable, and the memory of walking barefoot on scorching summer sand, the only time these socks didn't seem like a torture device, stayed close by. As you bit into the flat bread, the coarse texture scraped your tongue just enough to make you smile. It was one of those small pleasures that made life worth living. Something as mundane as bread could be both nourishment and delight at once. With breakfast finished, it was time to tackle today's chores, a never-ending cycle of gathering firewood, tending to the animals, and maybe even some fishing if you were lucky. You set off into the morning light, your feet carrying you toward the nearby woods where the birch trees stood like sentinels guarding their secrets. The forest floor was quiet beneath your footsteps, except for the soft crunch of gravel and dry leaves giving way to each step. The air vibrated with a million tiny sounds, birdsong rising above all else, the distant rumble of water running over smooth stones in some hidden brook, an unseen companion that sang along in perfect harmony. You paused at the edge of the woods, taking in the breathtaking vista before you. The sun had climbed high enough to illuminate the entire valley below, revealing every detail with crystal clarity. The patchwork fields, each one boasting its unique blend of crops. The rows of wooden fences dividing land from land like a game board for farmers and animals alike. Your gaze wandered toward the nearby farmhouses, most still shrouded in morning mist. Smoke drifted lazily above their rooftops as breakfast fires were lit and stews stirred within earshot. From one such farmhouse, you heard a faint clanging on metal, the sound of pots being scrubbed clean or possibly even someone practicing their bell ringing for church services later that day. Time to get back to your own chores, but not before noticing how the early morning sun highlighted the uneven ridges and furrows in the ground. It was as if the very earth itself had come alive, its texture transformed from rough to soft by some magic of light and shadow. A small breeze carried dust motes dancing like tiny ballerinas across this miniature landscape, making your footsteps seem heavy with purpose. As you made your way back toward home, a faint scent wafted on the wind. It was that unmistakable mix of sweat, wool, and wood smoke that clung to everyone living within these rolling hills. It smelled like community, or at least like people who'd spent too long outdoors together but couldn't quite be bothered with bathing. You chuckled softly as you recalled how your neighbor's wife would sometimes complain about the smell of their shared communal bathhouse. "'Tis a wonder we can breathe in here," she'd say. Little did she know that it was precisely this scent, equal parts wood smoke and body sweat, which defined life for those who called these lands home. You slipped back through the doorway into your own kitchen, the familiar creak of wooden floorboards beneath you announcing your return to domesticity. A faint tang still lingered from last night's cooking, onions caramelizing on hot metal, maybe even some old ale fermenting in a nearby cauldron, as tantalizing and inviting as it was pungent. You walked over to the small fireplace, stirring yesterday's ashes with a worn wooden spoon until they crumbled into nothingness. It was one of those quiet rituals that kept life on track, tending to fires past their prime, sweeping hearthstones clean before new embers rose to take their place, like keeping an ongoing conversation between wood and earth alive. Time passed without you realizing it, lost in the gentle rhythm of your daily routines, firewood stacked outside, water fetched from the nearby well, vegetables tended within the family garden. Every step, every action wove a tapestry that said, "This is our life here." No grand tales or battles to tell, just an ongoing story woven from countless threads of everyday existence. Your feet moved toward the back door as you prepared for the day ahead, fishing gear slung over your shoulder like a mantle. You paused at the threshold, listening intently for any sounds that might signal another's arrival. Perhaps it was someone on their way to join in whatever communal activities awaited within this valley of shared endeavors. But there was nothing. Only silence and the creaking of wooden doors left behind by departing friends and family members who'd long since passed into morning's haze. A reminder, too, that even as you went about your daily tasks, an unseen world watched over everything with quiet patience. With no one else in sight to share this early moment with, you took another deep breath of the forest air before stepping out once more into its familiar expanse. As you stepped back out into the forest's gray morning light, the chill of dawn still lingered on your skin. The air was crisp and clean, with a hint of damp earth and decaying leaves that only came alive after a rainstorm had washed over the landscape overnight. You breathed deeply, feeling the moisture in the air fill your lungs, and watched as mist clung to the lower branches of the trees like a veil of secrets. The forest was quiet still, save for the occasional hoot of an owl or distant call of a bird that seemed to stir from its slumber only when the world around it had woken. You walked through this eerie calmness with your bare feet making soft, crunching sounds on the undergrowth beneath you. Leaves and twigs snapped free from their stems as you made your way towards the lake's edge. A faint mist hung over the water, reflecting the pale hues of dawn like a mirror polished to perfection. The sky above was an endless gray canvas, with wisps of cloud scattered across it like soot-stained wool on the surface of a still pond. You stood at the water's edge and felt its icy chills seep into your toes before lifting them out again, watching as ripples from your movement disappeared into the calm. The air vibrated with the gentle hum of insects waking up for another day. Midges flitted about in small clusters near your face, their whirring a persistent murmur that grew louder by the second. You swatted at one hovering above an eyebrow, feeling its tiny bite on skin before it flew off into the chaos of morning light. Midges are an odd thing to get used to, delicate as gossamer but relentless in pursuit of your sweat and warmth. Their whine grows from a low buzz to a maddening shriek when they've got their teeth sunk into your neck or arm, leaving behind red welts that sting for hours after the fact. You rubbed at one just swatted on the side of your face with a piece of birch bark you'd picked up near the trees. It stung but wasn't too bad. The water lapped quietly against its own shores as the sun clawed over the horizon, casting an ethereal glow across everything. Shadows deepened and lengthened on either side of the lake's edge, where the forest canopy reached down towards the surface like a series of green fingers. It was still early enough that only those trees closest to the waterline had lost their full leaf cover yet. You stood there watching this ballet of light, sound, and shadow with an air of quiet reverie. Water striders skated across the lake's surface near where you'd left your rowing boat tied off against a willow branch. They moved like minute sailors in miniature vessels that skimmed over ripples, as if drawn by some unseen hand. As sunlight broke through cloud cover above, casting a pathway of golden light across the forest floor and illuminating leaves with vibrant colors that danced in morning's first rays. You took another swat at an unwary midge on your cheek before reaching down to brush aside strands of overhanging branches from the boat. It needed some air anyway. With each passing moment, the world outside seemed more awake. Hens began clucking from farmhouses you could see in the distance as women got out into their fields with early chores for planting. Men stumbled out of dark doorways to smoke a pipe before joining them. The air thickened as heat radiated off stone and wood underfoot. You pushed your boat back towards shore, feeling its wooden hull groan slightly against the force applied. It needed more work than you'd thought when looking at it last night. But that's what early morning chores were for after all, to fix or replace whatever was broken. The sun climbed higher now, and you squinted a bit as light shone in through slatted boards of your small cabin nearby. With one final brush off against the willow branch, you stepped back into the clearing surrounding your little dwelling, its wooden door creaking on rusty hinges as it swung wide to reveal more clutter than had been there last night. Pots stacked together, mugs filled with yesterday's porridge or bits of leftover meat, were just a few things that seemed out of place from one day to the next. As you went about gathering what little was needed for breakfast, water boiled on your small fire pit outside, while bread and dried fish sat waiting in anticipation within the cabin walls. Midge bites throbbed dully now, their stings itching as the morning wore on. You felt tired enough from getting up early but tried to shake off sleepiness. Today was a day for fishing near an island in the lake's middle that seemed promising. Walking around your small clearing and toward the water with each passing moment became less like wandering through unfamiliar territory, more natural. It had become so habitual you didn't even think twice about these morning routines anymore. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, its warm rays danced across your face, gentle and soothing. You stood by the water's edge, watching ripples disturb the otherwise calm surface. The air was crisp, carrying a hint of wood smoke from last night's dinner. Your stomach growled softly, reminding you it was almost time for breakfast. You turned away from the water and began to make your way back toward the longhouse. The wooden planks beneath your feet creaked with each step, a familiar sound that accompanied every morning walk. You passed by several of your fellow villagers, exchanging brief greetings as they went about their daily routines. Some nodded in silence, while others offered a quick "God Morgan" good morning before hurrying off to attend to their chores. You entered the longhouse, and the scent of damp earth and old wood enveloped you. The interior was dimly lit, with only slits of light filtering through gaps between the logs. Shadows danced across the walls as the flickering flames from last night's fire still lingered in the hearth. Your stomach growled louder now, reminding you it was time to focus on finding something to eat. Your mother stood near the central hearth, stirring a cauldron of porridge over an open flame. The aroma wafting up was warm and inviting, a comforting smell that always seemed to fill your senses with anticipation. She glanced at you as you approached and nodded in greeting, her dark hair tied back in a simple knot. You walked over to the wooden table where breakfast preparations were underway. Your sister sat on one side of it, busy arranging several loaves of bread on a woven basket. Her fingers moved quickly and efficiently, each loaf balanced perfectly against its neighbor as if she'd practiced this routine countless times. You spotted the remains of last night's dinner scattered about, remnants of roasted fish bones, scraps of vegetables, and charred wood. Your sister caught your eye and offered a brief smile before continuing her task. Her hair was tied in two braids that fell down either side of her face like dark ribbons. The morning light filtering through the gaps above highlighted tiny wisps of loose strands framing each braid, small imperfections only noticeable at close range. You turned toward your mother, who handed you a wooden spoon as she ladled out portions of porridge into bowls made from hollowed-out logs. The metal was cool in your hand, its worn surface smooth to the touch after countless uses. You took a seat next to your sister and watched as their faces lit up with interest over breakfast. Your mother placed two steaming hot porridges before you both, each bowl filled nearly to the brim. She handed out wooden spoons alongside them, her hands moving in practiced motions as she served everyone around the table. You dipped a spoon into your portion and took a tentative taste, feeling the warmth spread through your tongue. The flavors that danced on your palate were familiar yet comforting, oats cooked with milk from their household's cow. It was simple food but satisfying nonetheless, especially after an early morning of wandering about outside. The porridge wasn't particularly hot or cold. It existed somewhere in between, warm enough to be soothing without being scalding. Conversation around the table centered on daily routines and upcoming events, topics not dissimilar from your own thoughts as you sat there eating. Your sister mentioned something about helping their mother with spinning wool later that day, while you yourself would attend to cleaning duties for the household. The tasks, though seemingly mundane, held importance within this small community. You paused mid-spoonful of porridge and thought about what needed doing next, namely, sweeping the floors in your section of the longhouse. This particular chore was hardly exciting but essential nonetheless. If left undone, it would only accumulate more mess for future generations to tackle. Leaving your sister engrossed in conversation with their mother, you rose from the table and made your way toward the door, a doorway not unlike any other leading out into the chilly morning air. The sounds of clinking spoons against wood bowls provided background noise as you stepped outside once more, joining the ranks of villagers tending to various tasks. Your destination was the storage room adjacent to the longhouse where household goods were kept. Inside, rows of wooden crates and woven baskets filled the space, each one neatly labeled with its contents in charcoal or chalk marks on the surface. You spotted a small broom leaning against the wall near your assigned area for sweeping duties. It looked old but sturdy. You picked up the broom and examined it more closely. Its bristles, though worn from countless uses, still offered sufficient grip, enough to tackle any dirt or debris on the wooden floor without causing damage. The handle itself felt solid beneath your hand as you tested its weight. It seemed adequate for sweeping away dust and other loose particles. With broom in hand, you stepped back into the longhouse proper. Your mother handed out a woven basket filled with dry herbs, something to scatter about while cleaning. Her instructions were brief yet clear. Sweep clean under the bench and be sure not to disturb any of grandmother's weaving. It was an easy enough task, but one that required attention to detail. You started by positioning yourself near the spot indicated for sweeping, taking a moment to survey your surroundings. The longhouse interior looked relatively tidy, except where shadows cast upon the walls hinted at less than pristine corners waiting in the darkness. You dipped into the basket of herbs and shook out some dry leaves onto the floor nearby. Your first sweep passed over areas of least concern. It was only when moving toward more densely populated spaces that you encountered the real work. Clumps of dirt, dust specks clinging to wooden surfaces, an odd forgotten item or two. Each stroke with your broom pushed these things before you like reluctant opponents in a battle neither party truly desired. At times, sweeping felt almost meditative, each motion flowing naturally as one part of countless routines making up life within this village. The rhythmic sound produced by the broom's bristles against wood and stone accompanied other background noises. Morning birds beginning their songs from nearby trees, muffled sounds carried on breezes that drifted through gaps in walls. A brief lull occurred after you'd worked your way across nearly half of the longhouse floor. Only then did it become apparent how dusty everything was. It seemed as if no effort had been made to clean this area for some time, months, or perhaps years, based on layers of dust visible even with a quick glance. As a result, each succeeding stroke required more force than initially anticipated, enough that you paused mid-sweep to wipe the sweat from your forehead and examine your progress thus far. Sunlight filtering through gaps above cast long shadows across newly swept areas. They seemed almost untouched in comparison to the dusty terrain still awaiting attention. Your mother's words came back into focus as she reminded you not to disturb grandmother's weaving stored beneath a wooden bench near one corner of the room, her prized project, which had been underway for what felt like an eternity. Your grandfather sat nearby on his stool, whittling small sticks and watching with interest as your task progressed. Your grandmother herself appeared by their side after pausing mid-stitch to inspect some hidden threads in her weaving. She seemed absorbed in this moment of introspection, more concerned about the fine details than where dust lay beneath her feet. Her slender fingers delicately manipulated threads, each action precise and deliberate. Their attention remained focused on grandmother's work, while you finished sweeping the floor with increasingly less enthusiasm as your task neared completion. The broom bristles felt worn out. Their once satisfying swishes against dusty surfaces now sounded more like tired sighs from a reluctant worker. The final strokes passed over areas needing only minor attention, nothing that required much force at all, just enough to finish the job properly and leave everything in an acceptable state. As you concluded this portion of your duties, you noticed grandmother's eyes drifting toward where dust had accumulated near her weaving. For a moment, it seemed she might speak up about how neglected the area looked, but instead her gaze returned to the threads crisscrossing within her fabric, as if dismissing any concerns regarding cleanliness in favor of more pressing matters. The group remained absorbed in their various tasks or conversations. They were preoccupied with things far more important than dusty floors. You laid your broom against a nearby post and turned toward other household members to see how the rest of them fared, though truthfully, you'd seen everything that was going on from where you stood. The atmosphere inside remained quiet yet focused as each person tackled their own duties for this day, one by one. You moved through the longhouse once more now that your task had been completed. Its dimly lit interior seemed almost welcoming compared to the bright sunlight outside, which only highlighted dust motes suspended in air, tiny reminders of how much needed tidying. Your mother stood near a corner where she was busily sorting herbs and grains into separate baskets. The day had just begun, an endless series of routines waiting for you all, carried out one by one without fanfare or great expectations, beyond simply getting everything done so that the village could continue functioning smoothly as it always did. As you stepped out into the chill of morning air, the first light of dawn casting long shadows across the thatched roofs and wooden palisades, the sounds of the village came alive around you, a symphony of clucking hens, bleating goats, and murmured conversations carried on the gentle breeze. You took a deep breath, feeling the crispness in your lungs, and let it out slowly as you made your way towards the family dwelling. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of baking bread, not just any ordinary bread, but flatbread or flatbread as they called it here, made from rye flour and water. The mixture had been kneaded into a pliable dough overnight, which now sat on a wooden peel in front of the fire, slowly rising to fill the small cottage with its sweet aroma. You watched for a moment as your sister, Helga, deftly shaped the dough into thin circles, her movements practiced and efficient. The crackle of the fire, the soft hiss of steam escaping from the kettle hanging over it, all these sounds blended together in a soothing melody that accompanied you through your morning routines. Next to the hearth stood a small wooden tub filled with water from the nearby stream, its surface reflecting the flickering light from the flames. In this tub was soaking a bundle of clothes, washed and rinsed the day before but still damp linens for drying on the line, which is exactly what you were tasked with doing today. You reached down to lift out the sodden bundle, feeling the weight of it in your arms as you headed towards the door. The air outside was alive with the rustling of wind through trees and grasses, a sound that would become more insistent throughout the day, relentless even. You paused for an instant, weighing the prospect of hanging clothes on a breezy morning against the possibility of having to do it all over again when the winds died down. The line was already set up between two tall poles driven into the earth near your family's dwelling, its length strung with pegs at regular intervals. You began by carefully spreading out the first items. Helga had left you a note with the order in which to hang things. Tunic for father, woolen socks for her own feet, and lastly, your sister-in-law's favorite shawl. As you worked, you noticed how much more visible were the little imperfections on these clothes now that they hung outside, threads that had been pulled loose or small stains not quite removed from their fabrics. Not a single item was perfect. It seemed even the cleanest linens couldn't escape carrying some hint of human sweat and grime. Next to be hung was your own woolen tunic, which you'd washed just yesterday evening. Its surface felt stiff against your skin as you lifted it up, a sensation that would eventually fade once it had dried completely in the wind. You secured it to one of the pegs with a small leather strap passed through its buttonhole, an old trick Helga taught you for preventing garments from sagging unevenly. Your hands were soon stiff and cold, but so was your face. You'd forgotten to don any sort of headgear before setting out. The biting air cut through your cheekbones as if they were a pair of thin leather whips flailing across their surface. It took some effort not to wince at each breath. You had just finished hanging the last item when one of the goats from nearby wandered over, attracted by something, probably the sound or smell of food cooking inside. Your neighbor's wife called out for you to shoo it away, but not before giving it a quick scratch behind its ears as compensation. This was what mornings were like in a small village, unpredictable and full of gentle skirmishes. As the goat retreated back across the meadow, your thoughts turned towards breakfast, which should have been ready by now. The air inside seemed to be carrying that familiar blend of porridge cooking with butter melting into it, accompanied by an undercurrent of conversation between Helga and her mother as they set out plates on a nearby bench. You took one last look at the clothes flapping in the wind before turning your back on them. There was nothing more you could do to ensure their drying would be successful. The line creaked softly behind you, its wooden slats responding to each gust of air like an old person complaining about stiff joints. Or maybe it just felt that way because you'd grown accustomed to the daily routine. The door swung shut behind you as you stepped back into the warmth within. Your stomach rumbled with anticipation. As you stepped back into the warmth within, the scent of simmering broth and roasting meat wafted up from the hearth, teasing your senses with promises of a satisfying meal to come. Your stomach rumbled in anticipation, protesting the long morning's work that had left it growling for sustenance. The door swung shut behind you as you stepped back into the warmth within. The sound echoed softly through the small dwelling, muffled by the thick woolen tapestries that draped from beam to beam. You slipped out of your worn leather tunic and mantle, hanging them on a hook beside the fire to dry in the gentle heat. The warmth seeped into your chilled skin, relaxing your muscles as you worked the kinks from your shoulders. A faint creaking noise emanated from the wooden frame that supported the roof above. It was an old sound, one you'd grown accustomed to over the years, but still a reminder of the constant give and take between structure and weather. Your gaze drifted toward the hearth, where your wife Helga stood stirring a pot of simmering broth with a wooden spoon. The scent of salted meat wafted from within, mingling with the savory aroma of cooking vegetables to create an enticing bouquet that made your mouth water in anticipation. You noticed she'd added some fresh herbs, thyme and rosemary, you guessed, their piney fragrance adding depth to the broth. As Helga worked, her dark hair was tied back beneath a woolen cap, leaving only a few stray strands framing her weathered face. Her eyes sparkled with warmth as she caught your gaze. For an instant, the fatigue etched into her features softened, and you saw the young woman who'd captivated you all those years ago. You smiled in return, feeling a familiar pang of affection. The sound of crackling wood and popping embers filled the air, punctuated by Helga's steady stirring motion as she tended to the pot. In the background, outside your window, a gentle breeze rustled through the trees, whispering secrets on the wind. It was a soothing melody, one you'd grown accustomed to over the years, a lullaby of sorts, accompanying you through the rhythms of daily life. As you approached the hearth, Helga handed you a wooden spoon to join her in stirring the broth. You worked alongside her, your movements synchronized as you coaxed out the flavors from the simmering mixture. The broth was rich with the essence of salted meat and slow-cooked vegetables. It was a dish that warmed both body and soul. Your hands moved in tandem with Helga's as you stirred the pot, feeling the gentle give and take between her spoon and yours. It was a comforting ritual, one of many daily routines, but one that brought a sense of balance to your life. As you worked, your thoughts began to drift toward the day ahead. What chores needed tending, which tasks could be delegated, and when you'd have time for yourself. Helga's eyes flicked up from the pot as she sensed your attention wandering. Her expression softened into a gentle reprimand. You smiled sheepishly in response. It was an old habit of hers to keep you grounded in the present moment. The soft clinking of spoons against the pot and the creaking of wooden frames created a soothing melody, lulling you deeper into the rhythms of daily life. As the broth neared completion, Helga ladled some into a cauldron suspended from a hook above the fire. She let it simmer for a moment before stirring in a handful of fresh herbs, their pungency mingling with the savory aromas to create an enticing bouquet that wafted up toward you. Your stomach growled louder now, protesting its empty state. You worked alongside Helga as she tended to the meal, your hands moving in tandem as you coaxed out the flavors from the broth and roasting meat. The soft crackling of wood and popping embers created a soothing background noise, one that accompanied you through the rhythms of daily life like an old friend. As the sun began its slow descent toward the horizon outside, casting long shadows across your dwelling's interior, Helga ladled generous portions into wooden bowls. She handed you one alongside hers. Together, you sat at the low table beside the hearth, the soft glow from the fire illuminating the features of those around you. The room was warm and cozy, filled with the comforting aromas of cooking meat and simmering broth. Outside, the wind rustled through the trees in a gentle lullaby, its soothing melody weaving together with the crackling wood to create an atmosphere both calming and invigorating. As you ate your fill, savoring the rich flavors and textures of Helga's cooking, your thoughts began to wander toward the chores ahead. Which tasks needed tending? What repairs were due attention? Your mind ticked through the list with a detached sense of purpose. It was an old habit, one that accompanied you through the rhythms of daily life like a trusted companion. The sound of spoons against wooden bowls created a soothing background noise as Helga and you ate in comfortable silence. The only interruptions were the creaking of wooden frames above and the occasional pop from the embers, sounds both familiar and comforting, reminding you that this was your home with all its quirks and routines. As the meal drew to a close, Helga leaned back against her stool, contentment etched into every line of her weathered face. You smiled in response, feeling the soft weariness that had built up over the day begin to dissipate beneath the gentle warmth of the fire. The world outside receded, its worries and cares temporarily forgotten as you settled deeper into this quiet moment. In the silence that followed your meal, the only sound was the soft creaking of wooden frames above and the occasional pop from the embers, a soothing background noise that accompanied you through the rhythms of daily life like an old friend. As you sat by the fire, your belly full and content after the simple meal of boiled meat and stale bread, the silence that followed was a palpable thing, like a gentle fog that settled over the village, muffling all sound except for the soft creaking of wooden frames above and the occasional pop from the embers. The flames danced in rhythmic harmony with your own heartbeat, their golden light casting flickering shadows on the walls as they devoured the last wisps of fuel. Outside, a gentle breeze rustled through the thatched roof, its soft sighs mingling with the creaking above to create an eerie but soothing symphony. You felt the weight of exhaustion bearing down upon you, your eyelids growing heavy like two lead weights suspended from the bridge of your nose. Your hands, still grasping the wooden spoon, began to feel the familiar ache of fatigue in their knuckles and palms. The fire, sensing its own mortality, crackled and spat with renewed vigor as if trying to stay alive for just a little while longer. Its warmth seeped into the chill of your bones, but even that couldn't dispel the creeping tiredness that had claimed you as its own. You blinked slowly, feeling the dry air rustle against the inside of your eyelids like sandpaper on old wood. As your gaze drifted upwards towards the rafters, the wooden beams seemed to recede into a distant haze, their creaking growing fainter and more indistinct with each passing moment. The smoke rising from the embers curled lazily around the thatch, its wispy tendrils weaving an ethereal dance above the fire pit. Your thoughts began to wander, as aimless as the threads of spider silk carried on the breeze. Your gaze settled upon a particular beam, worn smooth by countless seasons of use and weathering, where a delicate wooden carving depicted two intertwined serpents encircling a golden acorn. The craftsmanship was exquisite in its simplicity, like an artist's whispered promise to the gods, though which ones they might have been invoking remained a mystery lost to the ages. As you continued to stare at this tiny masterpiece of artistry and patience, your mind began to wander further afield. You recalled walking through the village earlier that day, noting how some houses seemed more dilapidated than others, their wooden frames sagging under the weight of years, while newer structures stood proud like sentinels guarding against the relentless forces of time. Your footsteps had passed beneath overhanging eaves and under twisted vines clinging to walls as if in reluctant acceptance of a new reality, that some days were best spent doing nothing at all. Today, for instance, was meant for gathering wood for tomorrow's fire, but your body now seemed determined to spend the rest of its energy relearning how to fall asleep standing up. With an effort born of sheer willpower rather than actual enthusiasm, you forced yourself back into the present moment and considered the task at hand. Gathering kindling was a crucial part of daily life in Viking Norway, not just for warmth, but also as a way to maintain social bonds within the community. It might be dull work, but someone had to do it. The thought sent you to your feet with a reluctance that bordered on despair. You shuffled towards the door, fumbling for the wooden latch and pushing against its stiff resistance, until it finally swung open onto the evening's twilight gloom. A faint crescent moon hovered above the nearby hills, like an icy lantern guiding travelers through treacherous terrain. Outside, the air was heavy with dew and damp earthy scents that mingled in your nostrils to create a rich tapestry of aromas, each one more pungent than the last as if competing for dominance. You breathed deeply, allowing yourself a moment's pause before pushing on towards the nearby copse. There, amidst branches swaying gently like skeletal fingers against a darkening sky, lay an assortment of sticks and twigs gathered from yesternight's excursion into the forest. They seemed to mock your earlier listlessness with their very presence, sturdy little soldiers standing at attention, in defiance of all fatigue and apathy. Your footsteps squelched through damp undergrowth as you began collecting branches worthy enough for tomorrow's fire, leaving the rest behind like fallen sentinels guarding a forgotten memory. Each stick felt substantial between thumb and index finger, its texture an unyielding reminder that even here, amidst this quiet desolation, there existed work to be done kindling for fires yet unborn. Time lost all meaning as you wandered through twilight's uncertain hours, the moon growing fainter in the sky above while your hands moved steadily towards some distant horizon of accomplishment. Your footsteps echoed off nearby trees like a solitary drummer pounding out an erratic rhythm, each beat echoing into silence before it was replaced by another, yet one that didn't quite keep pace. The darkness deepened around you, its shadows growing darker and more defined as if drawn forth from the very fabric of night itself. Stars began to twinkle in the far distance like pinpricks on a velvet cloak, worn by some celestial patroness of forgotten lands. Your hands continued their steady motion through this eerie calmness, reaching out, selecting sticks, adding them to your bundle with an economy born of repetition and familiarity. Each branch added its own unique character to the growing stack. A brittle sapling snapped with relative ease, a knot-encrusted bough yielding only when pressed firmly against a nearby stone. Night deepened around you until it felt like you had entered some timeless realm, one where hours blended together into endless loops of gathering wood and returning home. Shadows danced across the horizon as if attempting to match your own halting steps, their dark forms twisting and contorting in impossible ways that defied logic, but somehow seemed plausible within this twilight world. Your load grew heavier with each passing moment, but you moved without feeling its weight, an unseen equilibrium holding sway over all other considerations. The night air clung to your sweat-damp skin like a damp shroud, yet even this felt almost comfortable, as if some primeval part of yourself longed for the simple familiarity of such hardships. As stars brightened in the far-off sky above, their cold light illuminating an expanse that seemed just beyond reach, you found yourself back within the familiar confines of your home. The interior was a haven compared to the darkness outside, though even here shadows clung close like anxious friends trying not to be noticed. Your bundle lay at the fire pit's edge, its various components arranged with military precision, kindling for tomorrow's flames that would rise high into the morning air, warming hands and faces still numb from yesterday's chill. In this quiet sanctuary of domesticity, even your own weariness felt more manageable than it had when standing beneath star-filled skies. Your gaze returned to the fire pit itself, where a few stray embers glowed like hot coals in an otherwise darkened landscape. The flames might not dance as high or brightly tomorrow night, but there was comfort in knowing that some things would remain constant. Wood for fires yet unborn, shadows growing longer with each passing day. Time slipped away from you once more, your eyelids heavy now with a dull ache born of fatigue rather than fear or worry. In the silence between one heartbeat and the next, all sounds seemed to blend together into an indistinguishable murmur, much like those countless hours spent gathering kindling for tomorrow's fire. When daylight would creep over hills once more, banishing shadows from doorways and awakening the village anew. You stood before your bed, feeling its familiar contours press against you, as if welcoming a well-worn traveler returning home. Your eyelids dropped, releasing all thoughts of wood and flames into some far-off realm where tomorrow would have to find them for itself. As your eyelids dropped, releasing all thoughts of wood and flames into some far-off realm where tomorrow would have to find them for itself, you felt a gentle tug on your arm. It was the village's water-bearer, Gudrun, her face a map of lines etched from years of hauling heavy jugs across uneven terrain. She stood beside you, her eyes squinting slightly as she regarded the weighty task ahead. "Time to fetch more water," she said, her voice low and soothing, like the lapping of waves against the shore on a summer's day. The sun will soon set over our village, casting long shadows across the fjord, and we need enough for tonight. You stood up, feeling the stiffness in your back from sitting by the fire all morning, and followed Gudrun out into the fading light. The air was cool, carrying a hint of dampness that spoke to the sea's proximity. Seagulls wheeled overhead, their cries punctuating the calm atmosphere like a series of mournful sighs. As you walked alongside Gudrun, the weight of your own water jug, it was a sturdy thing, made from woven wicker and adorned with intricate patterns in red ochre, began to make itself known. It hung heavily from your shoulder, its wooden handle digging into your skin like an unyielding finger. You shifted it slightly, adjusting the fit as you walked. Gudrun moved ahead of you, her own jug swinging easily from a leather strap slung over one shoulder. She seemed accustomed to this weight, her steps light and sure as she navigated the winding path that led down to the fjord's edge. The sound of lapping water grew louder with each step, until you found yourself standing beside Gudrun at the water's edge. The sea itself was a deep blue, almost purple in the fading light, and it seemed to stretch on forever, its surface broken only by occasional ripples that disturbed the otherwise glassy calm. Seaweed swayed gently beneath the waves, like an unseen hand stirring the depths of the ocean. A faint mist rose from the water's surface, carrying with it the scent of salt and damp earth. You watched as Gudrun dipped her jug into the water, its rim breaking the surface with a soft plunk. She filled it to just below the brim before lifting it out again, careful not to spill a single drop onto the rocky shore. As she turned to you, expectant eyes sparkling in her weathered face, you realized that your own task was still ahead of you. You took a deep breath, feeling the cool air fill your lungs, carrying with it the faint tang of seaweed and salt before stooping down beside Gudrun's jug. Your hand closed around its handle, grasping firmly as you lifted it into position for filling. The weight of the water was substantial, even in this brief moment, but you held steady, watching as the surface of the fjord continued to lap against the shore. Gudrun handed you her spare wooden cup, worn smooth by countless uses, and adorned with intricate carvings that seemed almost like hieroglyphs on a long-forgotten scroll. You took it from her, cradling it in your palm as she demonstrated how to scoop water gently into its curved interior. The sound of the lapping water provided a soothing background hum, an endless murmur that was both calming and disorienting. With Gudrun's guidance, you began filling your own jug, carefully pouring water from one vessel to another until it stood full and heavy against your shoulder. As the final drop disappeared beneath the surface, you straightened up, wincing slightly as the weight of the filled jug shifted in response. The leather strap on your back seemed to dig a little deeper now that the jug was heavier. Gudrun nodded at you, a small approving smile playing around her lips. "Well done," she said softly before tucking her own spare cup into its place beside hers. As she turned away from the water's edge, you followed her back up the winding path to your village. The sun had dipped below the horizon now, casting long shadows across the rocky terrain that stretched out toward the fjord's dark expanse. Torches flickered along the way, their flames burning low and steady in the fading light, but it was a peaceful scene nonetheless, one of quiet purpose where the weighty tasks ahead seemed almost natural. You walked alongside Gudrun once more, your own jug swinging in time with hers as you made your way toward the village. The air had grown cooler now, carrying an unmistakable hint of dampness that spoke to the sea's proximity, a reminder of the world beyond this small settlement on Norway's rugged coast. As you approached the cluster of wooden longhouses, their torchlit windows casting flickering shadows across the ground ahead, your thoughts began to drift toward dinner. You'd eaten well enough at breakfast, a thick porridge made from crushed oats and a little water, served with some dried fish that had been smoked until it was almost leather-like in texture. But now hunger pangs were growing more insistent, their quiet growls building into an almost palpable presence as you walked toward the communal fire. Smoke drifted lazily on the breeze, carrying with it the scent of cooking meat and a faint tang of burning wood that seemed to speak directly to your stomach's longings. Gudrun glanced at you now, her eyes crinkling slightly as she smiled, a small, private smile that spoke more clearly than words could ever hope. "Almost time for dinner," she said softly, before nodding toward the fire where several of your fellow villagers were already gathered. You quickened your pace then, eager to join them and share in whatever meal lay ahead. Your stomach growled its approval, a low rumble that seemed almost like thunder on a distant horizon as you walked toward the warmth and light of the communal fire. As you walked toward the warmth and light of the communal fire, your stomach growled its approval, a low rumble that seemed almost like thunder on a distant horizon, announcing to all within earshot that it was time for sustenance. The gentle rustle of woolen clothing caught in the wind accompanied your footsteps, a soft susurrus that mingled with the crackling of flames and the murmur of conversation from those already seated around the fire. You settled into your accustomed place beside Gudrun, who smiled warmly as she handed you a wooden trencher bearing a generous portion of last night's salted meat. The smell of dried lamb wafted up to meet you, rich and savory, mingling with the acrid tang of smoke from the fire. You took a tentative bite, the flavors exploding on your tongue, a mix of damp earth, smoky undertones, and just a hint of rancidity that seemed almost familiar. As you chewed, your gaze wandered to the adjacent stall, where Haldor was expertly carding his wife's prized flock's wool. The soft whirring of his fingers against the fibers created a soothing background hum, punctuated by the occasional snap as he separated the clean fleece from the tangle. You watched for a moment, entranced by the simple, meditative rhythm of the task. Gudrun nudged you playfully with her elbow. "Eat up, you're looking a bit peaked," she said, her voice low and soothing. Her own trencher was filled to overflowing, piled high with mounds of steaming porridge made from oats soaked in water overnight, an unappetizing prospect for most visitors, but one that Gudrun claimed held the secret to maintaining healthy skin. You swallowed a bite, savoring the satisfying weight of it on your tongue before responding. "I'm fine," you said, smiling weakly at her concern. Your stomach rumbled again in protest, this time slightly louder than the first growl, an unspoken reminder that hunger was a persistent companion on these winter evenings. Your gaze drifted back to Haldor's carding, watching as he coaxed long strands of fleece into submission with each deft stroke. The motion seemed almost hypnotic, calming even amidst the bustling activity around you. It struck you how little your own hands had done in this process, a stark contrast to the countless hours Haldor and his wife must have spent preparing their flock for winter. You took another bite of the salted meat, savoring the familiar flavor on your tongue as your thoughts meandered back through yesterday's events. The rain that morning had turned the dirt paths into quagmires of mud, forcing you to wade through icy puddles and avoid slipping on hidden ice slicks. Your boots still felt heavy with moisture, weighing down each step as if protesting the task ahead. Just then, a stray gust caught Haldor's woolen bundle, sending it spinning off course toward the fire pit. He cursed softly under his breath as he stooped to retrieve it, carefully unraveling the tangle and restoring order to the fibers within. The process seemed almost ritualistic, an act of devotion to the care of these prized animals. As you watched Haldor work, your own mind wandered back to the countless hours spent at home caring for your family's flock. How many times had you knelt beside them in this very same spot, watching as they chewed and sorted their wool into neat bundles? It seemed almost an eternity ago, yet here you were now, immersed once more in a world of rough-hewn realities. As Haldor finished carding the fleece, he carefully wrapped it around his arm like a shawl. You noted how neatly folded it was, even if slightly lumpy from its contents. Gudrun reached over to pat her hand on your shoulder in reassurance. "Your turn will come," she seemed to be saying. As night deepened and stars began their slow dance across the sky above, you settled back into a gentle state of contentment. The fire crackled softly now, having died down somewhat with fewer logs being added during this calm interlude. Your eyes drifted toward Haldor once more, watching as he walked away from his stall to rejoin his wife at their shared hearthstone. Your gaze lingered there for a moment, lost in the dimly lit world of winter evenings spent beside these people and beneath their flickering fires. The distant howl of wind outside seemed almost a whisper now, its presence noted but soon forgotten as you succumbed to the gentle warmth seeping through your cold-soaked skin. Time itself grew fluid then, stretching out into an indistinct haze that refused any clear definition, like ripples spreading across still water after a stone has been tossed. It was during such moments of lull that you were most acutely aware of being here among these people, embedded in their daily lives as if one thread amidst the intricate weave of shared routines and quiet rituals. Your thoughts began to lose focus now, not because your attention wandered far from this place, but rather due to its increasing familiarity. It's a peculiar phenomenon. When immersed within an experience so mundane it becomes almost invisible, time seems more fluid than usual. Minutes blend into one another as easily as the colors on a winter sunset bleed together. The warmth emanating from Gudrun's touch and Haldor's gentle humming created a soothing atmosphere, like being enveloped in a soft cloud that gradually loses its shape until you're unsure where it begins or ends. Your mind relaxed further, slipping into an almost dreamless haze, as if listening to the quiet lapping of waves against some distant shore. You remained there for what felt like hours on end, suspended between waking reality and the world's endless expanse beyond your present circumstances. In such moments, anything can seem possible. Thoughts that had once seemed daunting become manageable, while decisions that weighed heavily before appear less pressing now. It was then, lost in this liminal state, that you noticed a faint scratching noise emanating from nearby, gentle at first but gradually growing louder as it gained force. The sound drew your attention to Haldor's stall area, where his young apprentice Einar stood struggling with the stubborn fleece of their prize ewe. Gudrun leaned over and whispered something in Einar's ear before reaching for a length of twine tied at her waist. "Let me help," she said softly, as if explaining to him that sometimes certain tasks require patience rather than brute force alone, an invaluable lesson he seemed still learning by doing, amidst the soft wisps of wool being carded and sorted nearby. The gentle scratching grew louder now, its cadence almost soothing in contrast to Haldor's earlier whirring. It was Einar working through some knot or tangle with his fingers. Gudrun watched him closely as she stepped forward, a look on her face both encouraging yet subtly critical, reminding you that the care of these animals is not merely an act but also a delicate art. The sound gradually ebbed away into silence once more. For a while longer still, everything seemed quiet except for Haldor's soft snoring in his nearby bed and Einar, now intent on retying Gudrun's makeshift comb after she returned to it with renewed interest. The peacefulness was so complete that even the distant rumble of your own stomach felt almost incongruous, a sudden intrusion into this otherwise serene atmosphere. As night deepened still further, shadows cast by nearby objects reached out across the room like dark arms embracing those within its space. Your eyes drifted toward Haldor's now empty stall area once more. In the silence that had fallen there, you began to make out the faint outline of his prize you standing motionless near the back wall, watching as quietly as a sentinel. You lay back into your own position beside Gudrun, surrounded by these people and their meager belongings. Your breathing gradually slowed until it harmonized with theirs, the soft exhalations blending together like leaves rustling in an autumn breeze that stirs but doesn't blow too strongly. Time itself grew indistinct once more as you lost yourself within this peaceful interlude, between dreams yet not quite asleep, suspended between waking and slumber. As you floated on the gentle currents of reverie, your senses began to stir once more, like a pond's surface disturbed by an unseen stone, its ripples spreading outwards in ever-widening circles. The stillness had been so complete that even the distant lapping of waves against the shore seemed almost imperceptible, a soothing background hum that threatened at any moment to become a jarring crescendo. But for now, it remained a steady heartbeat, punctuated only by the occasional hoot of an owl in the darkness beyond your small settlement. You stirred and shifted beneath the woolen blanket, its soft fibers tickling the skin on your arms as you moved. The air was heavy with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a smell that clung to everything like a damp mist. It was a reminder that even in this tranquil scene, winter's chill still lingered, waiting patiently for summer's warmth to disperse its icy grasp. In Viking Norway, such subtleties were often overlooked in the daily grind of survival, yet they played their part in shaping the lives of those who lived here. The sun was beginning to rise now, casting a pale light over the thatched roofs and the patchwork fields beyond. You rose from your resting place, feeling the stiffening in your muscles as you stretched towards the sky. It's time for breakfast, or more accurately, time for something resembling a meal before tackling the day ahead. Your stomach growled with anticipation as you made your way to the central hearth, where a small fire crackled and spat within its stone circle. The cook, in this case, a gruff but lovable woman named Helga, was already up, tending to the embers with a practiced hand. The air inside was thick with smoke and the smell of last night's fish stew, which had simmered away all through the darkness, filling every corner with its rich aroma. Your mouth watered at the thought of finally eating something substantial after the meager fare of bread and cheese that often passed for breakfast in these parts. As you approached Helga, she looked up from her stirring and gave a curt nod. Morning, she muttered, not bothering to smile as she ladled out generous helpings of stew into wooden bowls. You took your seat beside the hearth, feeling the heat radiate upwards towards your chilled skin. The first spoonful was like a revelation-rich fish broth that coated your tongue with its creamy texture and burst with the flavor of salted cod. Your senses came alive as you savored each bite, aware that this simple pleasure might be all too short-lived in these uncertain times. Still, for now it sufficed. After eating, you pushed back from the hearth, feeling somewhat more fortified against whatever challenges lay ahead. As a Viking villager, your day would likely revolve around farming and tending to livestock, an endless cycle of planting, harvesting, and repairing equipment that wore out under the constant strain of weathering Norway's harsh climate. One task stood out as particularly daunting, preparing for the evening's meal by tying yourself into a loincloth. You approached this chore with all due reluctance, recognizing its importance but dreading the fiddly process involved in getting everything tied and adjusted just so. Helga noticed your hesitation and shot you an amused glance from across the room. Get on with it, she said dryly, returning to her task of scrubbing a stubborn stain out of one of their woolen cloaks. You shook off the distraction and turned your attention back to your own loincloth, trying not to think about how long this tedious process would take. The cloth itself was made from some sort of coarse linen, woven from fibers that snagged easily on even the most delicate skin. It clung to you like a damp shroud as you attempted to wrap it around your waist and tie the knots at each side. This part always seemed more complicated than it should be, perhaps because every so often, Helga would insist upon adjusting them herself, only to promptly undo all your hard work by retightening some minor aspect. As this tangle of thread and fabric slowly took shape against your skin, you couldn't help but feel a twinge of discomfort. The coarse texture rasped unpleasantly under the thin layer of your clothing, much like walking through tall grass on a breezy summer day when each strand poked at your exposed legs in turn. Despite these minor irritations, there was something satisfying about seeing everything come together, having the various layers all properly aligned and tied off. It almost felt as though you'd accomplished some major milestone by managing to fit into this somewhat ghastly, but altogether practical piece of clothing. The sound of distant voices carried on the wind reached your ears now, growing louder with each passing moment. More villagers were stirring from their slumber or emerging from their homes for a mid-morning gathering in the center square. Today's agenda would likely include various discussions about crops to be planted and repairs that needed attending, the sort of routine business that rarely captured anyone's full attention, but kept the community functioning nonetheless. With your loincloth properly fastened, you made your way towards the square, leaving Helga to continue her cleaning tasks as she muttered under her breath. The air outside carried a faint scent of damp earth and moss from the surrounding forests, an aroma so distinctively Norwegian that it seemed almost cliched in its own right. As you walked through the gathering crowd, exchanging nods or brief greetings with your fellow villagers, you couldn't help but feel somewhat disconnected from all this purposeful activity. It's as if you existed on some intermediate plane between reality and reverie, caught somewhere within a gray area where neither dreams nor waking fully applied. Your gaze wandered over to one of the younger children playing nearby, laughing at an imaginary game in which they pretended to sail tiny ships across a sea made up of their own scattered stones. Their carefree abandon brought forth a twinge of wistfulness from deep within you, for who wouldn't envy such unbridled joy? But even that brief respite couldn't last forever. Eventually, the morning light would grow too strong or another pressing task would demand your attention. Your place in this Viking community was to contribute alongside everyone else toward a shared goal of survival and growth. As an integral part of this intricate web, you began to notice how these small moments, like struggling with your loincloth, watching children at play, attending to chores around the village, wove together into something larger than themselves. This pattern would continue on through each passing day, until eventually becoming just another indistinct blur within a haze of lived experience. As morning's warmth seeped deeper beneath your skin and the still warm loincloth began its gradual drying, you found yourself slipping back toward that state between dreams and wakefulness, suspended once more in an uncertain realm where nothing quite held fast. As morning's warmth seeped deeper beneath your skin and the still warm loincloth began its gradual drying, you found yourself slipping back toward that state between dreams and wakefulness, suspended once more in an uncertain realm where nothing quite held fast. The sounds around you grew softer, as if muffled by a thick blanket of fog. The distant clinking of pots from the kitchen hut, the low murmur of your neighbor's voice carried on the breeze like a gentle melody. You lay there half awake, feeling the wooden frame of your bed creaking softly beneath you. The room was dimly lit, the only light coming from a small hole in the thatched roof above, a tiny sliver of blue sky peeking through the eaves like an eye watching over the village. Shadows danced across the walls as the wind rustled the reeds outside, creating an eerie, lacy pattern on the floorboards. You blinked slowly, trying to focus on your surroundings. Your stomach growled, reminding you that it was time for breakfast, a meager meal of porridge and bread, perhaps some scraps of dried meat if you were lucky. But for now, all you could think about was getting out of bed and stumbling into the village well to wash off the previous day's sweat and grime. You swung your legs over the side of the bed, planting your feet firmly on the cold, damp floorboards. The wooden planks creaked beneath your weight as you stood up, stretching your arms above your head, a slow, languid movement that seemed to take an eternity in this hazy state between sleep and wakefulness. Your gaze drifted toward the small table beside your bed, where a clay pitcher sat filled with water from the well. You remembered filling it just yesterday morning, feeling the cool liquid slosh against the sides of the container as you carried it back to your hut. The thought sent a shiver down your spine, a fleeting moment of discomfort that dissipated quickly in the warmth of the room. You shuffled toward the door, pushing aside the goat hair curtain that hung like a makeshift screen between the interior and exterior worlds. A faint scent of damp earth and moss wafted into the hut, carried on the gentle breeze outside. The air was cool and crisp, filled with the promise of a new day, though for now it was nothing more than a vague memory lingering just beyond your grasp. As you stepped out into the village square, the sounds around you grew louder. Children's laughter carrying from across the way, the thud of hammer against anvil from the blacksmith's forge nearby. You blinked again, trying to clear the haze from your eyes, but it was no use. Everything seemed muddled and unclear. The well stood at the center of the village, a sturdy stone construction with a wooden roof that let in slivers of sunlight during the day. But now, as morning wore on, the sky above had taken on a dull gray hue, casting long shadows across the surrounding huts. You ambled over to the well, feeling the damp earth beneath your feet, a soft, squelching sound that seemed to echo through your entire body. As you reached the well's edge, you peered down into its dark depths. The water was calm and still, reflecting the gray sky above like an empty mirror. You could see ripples of movement from far below, where the previous day's washing lay tangled in a makeshift net, scraps of cloth, bits of leather, and other odds and ends that had been left to soak overnight. You dipped your hand into the cool water, feeling it envelop your fingers like a gentle caress. The sensation was soothing, calming, but as you began to splash some water on your face, you realized just how cold it really was. You shivered involuntarily, despite the warmth of the morning air. Your eyes wandered around the village square as you stood there, lost in thought. Women were busy at work nearby, one spinning wool into yarn while another kneaded dough for bread. Children chased each other through the huts, laughing and shrieking, their high-pitched voices carrying above the rest like a chorus of birds. The air was filled with the smell of baking bread wafting from the ovens inside the larger huts. You caught yourself sniffing repeatedly, trying to capture the scent in your nostrils like a memory locked away for later recall. Your stomach growled louder now, reminding you that it really was time for breakfast. You stood up straighter, wiping the water from your face with the back of your hand. The well's wooden roof creaked above as the wind picked up once more, sending ripples across its surface like a gentle rocking motion. You watched for a moment longer, lost in the simple rhythms of village life, before finally turning away to make your way toward home and whatever day lay ahead. As you walked back through the square, the sounds around you grew louder still, hammering from the forge now accompanied by the low rumble of voices arguing over some distant issue. The air seemed thick with tension as adults moved about their daily tasks, each one lost in a world of worry and concern that had nothing to do with your simple needs. Your thoughts drifted toward home, where a meager breakfast awaited you on a wooden table beneath a small window high above the floorboards. You pictured yourself sitting down to eat, feeling the rough-hewn wood beneath your elbows as you cradled a bowl of porridge in one hand and broke off pieces of bread with the other. The image was comforting, though it seemed far away now, lost in some distant realm where meals were eaten at leisure rather than snatched between tasks. You quickened your pace, feeling the weight of daily routine settling back onto your shoulders like a familiar mantle. As you pushed open the door to your hut and slipped inside, a faint scent of dampness and wood smoke greeted you, carrying with it memories of countless previous mornings spent in this very same place. The air was quiet now, no children's laughter or hammering sounds carried from outside, just an oppressive stillness that seemed almost palpable. You stood for a moment longer, feeling the weight of your own thoughts bearing down upon you like some unseen force, before finally beginning to move once more toward breakfast and whatever lay ahead in this uncertain world. As you continued your slow march toward the hearth, the early morning light creeping through the smoke-stained windows cast eerie shadows on the walls, like grasping fingers from some forgotten realm. The air was heavy with the scent of last night's mead and cooking fat, a pungent reminder that even in this harsh land, there is always room for indulgence. You shuffled along, your bare feet making soft, slapping sounds against the cold stone floor as you navigated through the dimly lit longhouse. The darkness was almost palpable, and you couldn't shake the feeling of being watched by unseen eyes, a sensation that only intensified in this half-light. Your hand brushed against the rough-hewn wooden post that supported the roof, its surface worn smooth by countless generations of Viking hands. As you approached the hearth, the warm glow from the embers beckoned like a gentle mother's caress. You settled onto your usual stool, feeling the familiar creak of the wooden seat beneath your weight. Your stomach growled in anticipation as you scanned the makeshift table for any signs of food. This morning, it seemed, would be no exception to the norm. Stale bread, some scraps of dried fish, and perhaps a few withered berries if you were lucky. Your gaze drifted toward the nearby cauldron, where your mother-in-law was stirring the contents with a long-handled spoon. The mixture within bubbled and churned like a living entity, its aroma wafting up to greet you, a heady blend of salted meat, herbs, and what might be described as unidentifiable vegetables, if one were feeling charitable. As she added yet another pinch of some pungent powder from her pouch, the mixture emitted a low, throat-clearing burp that seemed almost audible. You watched with a mix of fascination and trepidation, wondering which particular concoction this morning's offering would prove to be. Was it going to be one of those days where your stomach would protest loudly at the first bite? Or perhaps today would be mercifully ordinary? Your mind began to wander as you fidgeted on your stool, much like a restless bear trapped in a too small cage. Your thoughts strayed back to last night's conversation with Thorstein, as he tried to convince you that his latest foraging expedition had uncovered the secret to acquiring more luxurious foodstuffs items such as fresh berries, plump game birds, and even, he swore, edible fish from a nearby lake. You'd raised an eyebrow at this last claim, knowing full well how difficult it was to catch anything worth eating in these uncertain waters. Beyond the confines of your thoughts, however, you were aware of other sounds, faint but distinct: the distant bleating of sheep on some neighboring farm, a low rumble from outside as morning winds shook loose any lingering dew or early frost. The air itself seemed alive with a million tiny vibrations, each one amplifying and then fading away like whispers in an empty room. As you sat there lost in contemplation, your wife Gudruna entered the longhouse, her eyes squinting against the bright light from outside. Her hair was tied back beneath a woolen cap, revealing a smudge of last night's mead-stained makeup on one cheekbone. She moved with an air of quiet purpose, depositing two large fish onto the table before taking up her own stool. Breakfast preparations were always a communal effort in this household, every member pitching in to help stir, scrape, or occasionally taste test the latest concoction. Today's offering was no exception. Gudruna began expertly filleting one of the larger fish while your mother-in-law carefully poured steaming broth over a bed of withered greens. Your gaze fell upon their hands as they worked, so deft and practiced in these everyday tasks, yet capable too of producing some truly unforgettable results. You recalled that infamous incident involving what was later discovered to be an old boot filled with spoiled milk, don't ask. Or the delightful experiment where someone had decided it would be a good idea to boil dried berries in last night's ale, resulting in, shall we say, an unforgettable flavor profile. The morning sun slowly climbed higher outside, casting deeper shadows within the longhouse. Your attention wandered once more as you observed Gudruna expertly handling a whittled flint knife, its edge glinting with tiny imperfections like miniature stars, her hands moving in tandem with those of your mother-in-law as they worked together to prepare breakfast. You idly wondered whether today would be the day when one or both of these accomplished housewives would decide that your toenails needed attention. After all, trimming them was a task better suited for someone possessed of patience and steady nerves, qualities that neither Gudruna nor your mother-in-law seemed to possess in abundance. Their conversation flowed as effortlessly as their movements, discussing whose turn it was to visit the nearby hot springs, speculating about Thorstein's dubious claims of discovering game birds near the lake. They had a long-standing wager riding on this particular outcome, and debating whether last night's mead strength would be sufficient for an upcoming gathering, or indeed, if anyone could possibly consume that much more. These were small pleasures, ordinary conversations about everyday concerns, like watching someone expertly trim nails with the very same whittled flint knife they used to prepare meals. You found yourself relaxing into this familiar rhythm of domestic life as you listened and observed these tiny dramas playing out around you, feeling your thoughts untangle a little further each passing moment. Your hand absently reached for a piece of stale bread, breaking off a small chunk that you chewed thoughtfully while watching the others work. The flavors were unremarkable but comforting. Salt, flour, something faintly sour from last night's cooking oil. It was this kind of simplicity, these ordinary tastes and textures, which made life in Viking Norway tolerable. Perhaps even enjoyable. The embers on the hearth continued to crackle softly, as if sharing a secret with you alone. The day ahead would unfold like any other, routines performed, meals consumed, tasks accomplished or not. Yet within this unassuming world of stone walls and smoky fireplaces, there existed moments both beautiful and ridiculous, reminders that even in this harsh land, life was still worth experiencing. As the morning sun climbed higher outside, warming your skin through the gaps between the wooden planks above you, it seemed as though even the shadows themselves were growing more relaxed. Your breathing slowed, becoming one with the gentle crackle of the fire and the soft murmur of conversation, that peculiar blend of laughter, argument, and domestic contentment which defined life in this small Viking village. And so, lost within these familiar routines and ordinary worries, you allowed yourself to settle deeper into your seat, letting the sounds and scents wash over you like a soothing balm. Today would be much like any other, uncertain, perhaps even challenging, but also rich with its own peculiar joys and charms. As you lay in your bedchamber, the dim light of dawn creeping through the narrow windows like a slow-moving mist, you can't help but feel a sense of unease wash over you. The air inside is still crisp and cold from the night's chill, carrying with it the faint scent of damp earth and the hint of wood smoke from last evening's fire. You're snuggled beneath your woolen blankets, trying to warm yourself up as the icy drafts seep in through the gaps around the wooden shutters. The bed itself is a simple affair, a platform of wooden planks covered with a thick layer of straw, and a few furs thrown on top for warmth. It's not exactly comfortable, but it serves its purpose well enough. As you shift about under the covers, you feel the lumpy texture of the straw beneath you, the rough weave of the woolen blankets scratching against your skin. Outside, the village is stirring to life, a gentle murmur of voices and clattering pots as the day's routine begins in earnest. You can hear the distant sound of axes striking wood, the soft thud of hammering on metal, and the occasional bleat of a goat or sheep being driven out to pasture. It's a soothing melody, really, one that ebbs and flows with the rhythms of rural life. As you settle deeper into your bed, feeling the weight of sleep slowly creeping over you, you notice the faint smell of yesterday's cooking wafting in through the open window. Last night's supper was likely some variation on the theme of salted meat and boiled root vegetables, simple fare, but nourishing nonetheless. You can almost taste the tang of it now, lingering on your palate like a ghostly afterimage. The bedchamber itself is small, with walls made of rough-hewn timber and a low-pitched roof that lets in just enough light to illuminate the space without making it feel too bright. There's a narrow table beside your bed, its surface scarred from countless generations of use, a testament to the daily routines and rituals that have taken place within these walls over the years. As you drift deeper into sleep, you become aware of the gentle creaking of the wooden shutters in the breeze outside. It's a soft, soothing sound, one that seems to lull even the most restless of minds into calmness. You feel your eyelids growing heavy once more, the world outside receding as your thoughts grow slower and more muddled. In the next room, your household is stirring, the clatter of pots and pans, the murmur of conversation, the occasional shout from one of the children as they begin their day. It's a familiar routine, one that you've grown accustomed to over time. But for now, as you snuggle deeper into bed, it might as well be happening in another world altogether. The cold seeps deeper into your bones as the minutes tick by, but there's something almost comforting about the way it wraps itself around you like a chill blanket. You can feel its presence, even as your body begins to warm up from within. It's a reminder that, no matter how comfortable or well-fed you might be, there are still elements of life beyond your control. As you sleep on, you're vaguely aware of the sounds outside growing louder, the rustle of fabric, the clinking of metalware, and the occasional shout as someone spills something in the kitchen. But even these noises seem muffled now, distant echoes that fade into the background as your thoughts grow quieter and more still. In this quiet, dark space, where the only light comes from a single candle flickering on its holder beside your bed, you begin to feel a sense of detachment, as if you're observing yourself from outside, watching the slow rise and fall of your chest with a detached interest. It's a curious sensation, one that defies explanation. Your thoughts grow more disjointed now, your mind meandering through half-remembered dreams and snatches of conversation from previous days. You catch glimpses of faces, loved ones, acquaintances, strangers, each one blurring into the next as you sink deeper into sleep's dark waters. It's a disorienting sensation, but also somehow soothing. As the moments tick by at their own glacial pace, you begin to feel your body relax further, muscles uncoiling like springs released from tension, joints creaking softly in protest as they straighten out and realign themselves. Your breathing slows down, becomes more regular, until it's almost a gentle hum of contentment. In this warm, dark space, where the only light is the faint glow of candlelight casting shadows on your walls, you begin to feel. It's an odd word perhaps, but one that seems fitting in this moment, as the world outside recedes and all that's left is the soft murmur of sleep itself. As you drift further into slumber, the sounds around you grow softer still, a gentle background hum that ebbs and flows like the tide. You're vaguely aware of the cold seeping deeper into your bones, but even this seems distant now, a mere whisper on the edge of perception. In this quiet, dark space, where the only reality is the slow rise and fall of your chest, you begin to feel. It's an odd word for it, perhaps released, would be more accurate, as if all the tensions and worries of the world have been shed like a worn cloak, leaving nothing but the gentle rustle of sleep itself. As the moments tick by at their own glacial pace, you begin to feel your thoughts grow quieter still, until there's almost no thought left at all. No, just these islands. A deep, profound quiet that envelops everything and everyone in its wake. As you stand by the wooden tub, feeling the cool water rise to meet your weary feet, a deep, profound quiet that envelops everything and everyone in its wake seems to seep into every pore of your being. The wind outside stirs, rustling through the birch trees with an almost imperceptible sigh, like the gentle exhalation of a slumbering giant. You close your eyes, letting the stillness wash over you, and for a moment the world slows to a crawl. In Viking Norway, washing yourself is not a task taken lightly. It's an exercise in patience, persistence, and occasional despair. The water's edge lapping against the wooden tub creates a soothing melody that's equal parts calming and maddening, a gentle reminder of just how far you have yet to go before cleanliness can be claimed as your own. You dip your hands into the cool liquid, testing its temperature with a delicate touch. Too cold. No, it'll do. Now, if only you had some soap to anoint yourself with. The thought makes you wistful for those distant lands where washing becomes a trivial pursuit, something done without fuss or bother. Alas, in this era of wooden tubs and hand-cranked soap makers, cleanliness is a labor of love, one that tests your mettle and pushes the limits of what can be endured. As it happens, you're about to discover just how much elbow grease goes into producing those precious bars of soap that grant access to the pleasures of suds. Your host, Helga's daughter, Gudrun, has invited you to join her on a visit to the village soap maker, an old man named Olaf who lives in a small wooden hut at the edge of the settlement. Gudrun leads the way through the quiet streets, her long strides devouring the distance with ease. You walk beside her, your feet sinking into the soft earth as you try to shake off the lingering fatigue from last night's feasting. The air is crisp and clean, a welcome respite after weeks spent in crowded taverns where smoke and sweat hang heavy. Upon arrival at Olaf's hut, Gudrun knocks softly on the doorframe with her knuckles, announcing your presence to the soap maker within. A low grunt comes from inside, followed by the creaking of wooden beams as Olaf rises from his chair, a wizened old man whose hands are more worn than those of any sailor. Inside, you find yourself in a cramped space dominated by the scent of lye and rendered animal fat, an aroma that defies description but seems to sear itself into memory forever. In the center of this tiny room stands Olaf's workstation, a massive wooden wheel topped with a series of raised rings where soap makers like him pound, scrape, and manipulate their craft. Olaf grunts again as he greets you, his eyes squinting behind wire-rimmed spectacles that perch precariously on the end of his nose. His sleeves are rolled up to reveal hands like tree trunks, gnarled fingers flexed with a lifetime's worth of scrubbing, grinding, and kneading soap into submission. "Welcome," he says in a voice as rough-hewn as his hands. "Gudrun tells me you want to learn the art of making hand-cranked soap." You nod along as Gudrun translates for Olaf, whose English skills are limited but sufficient for basic communication. The old man's eyes light up, however, when discussing his craft, a world where every ingredient is carefully selected and measured with precision. As you watch, Olaf begins the process of making new soap, a laborious sequence that involves nothing so much as pounding lye into liquid form using a massive wooden mallet. The air grows thick with fumes from this mixture, A noxious cloud hangs heavy over your head like an unseen specter. You're not sure whether it's more unpleasant than the rendering process, but you suspect that the end result will be worth tolerating. With Gudrun acting as intermediary between yourself and Olaf, you manage to grasp some of the intricacies involved in crafting these humble bars, from selecting pure water sources to monitoring temperature fluctuations. It all sounds so methodical, a far cry from your expectations of how soap could ever be made by hand with nothing but elbow grease. Olaf works his way through each phase without pause, sweat rolling down his creased forehead like tears as he kneads and folds the mixture into submission. Between pounding and kneading comes the delicate matter of tempering, a stage where you gently caress the soap's developing texture to coax it toward an optimal consistency. This hand-crank process unfolds with its own unique rhythm, much like the chime of wind through trees or the lapping water against your tub back home. In these moments of quiet observation, time seems to stretch out endlessly, becoming less a passage marked by hours and minutes than an unfolding series of sensations. Smells that linger on skin, textures shifting from smooth to rough as you handle each phase. When Olaf finally presents his handiwork for inspection, the finished soap bars glimmer pale yellow in the faint light filtering through the hut's small windows. You can almost see the satisfaction etched into Gudrun's face, pride that she feels in being part of this age-old tradition where cleanliness matters deeply and simplicity rules supreme. Olaf, you say softly as a thought strikes, how long does it take to make one bar? He looks up from his workbench, eyes narrowing behind those wire-rimmed spectacles. 1. If the gods smile upon us, about 2 days. 2 days of pounding lye and rendered animal fat into submission, not even counting the preparation time for each stage or monitoring temperature variations with the precision of a Viking navigator charting star patterns. You leave Olaf's hut feeling almost numb to your surroundings. Everything now seems muted by comparison. Your ears have grown attuned to the constant lapping against wooden tubs. It feels like just yesterday you were watching water dance across stones in some distant fjord, listening for those faint gurgles of life returning after months under ice. Walking back through the village streets with Gudrun and Helga's children, her twins, Snehelger, Snore, and Kjartan kiss and bite, respectively, you realize how these seemingly mundane tasks are integral to everyday life in Viking Norway. Each action seems woven into a tapestry that blends raw labor with patience. The water lapping against wooden tubs, soap makers bounding away at their craft like an army of miniature drummers keeping time. As the afternoon wears on, shadows begin creeping across cobblestones, dark shapes unfolding from doorways and huts, as people emerge to greet one another in the gentle evening light. Snore and Kiss and Bite chase each other through these alleys with shrieks that send shivers down your spine, while their mother keeps pace alongside Gudrun. It's almost time for supper, Helga reminds you gently, a meal consisting of boiled mutton and vegetables, served in wooden bowls around a single long table where conversation flows as smoothly as the water outside. For now, however, it seems you're being pulled towards some quieter pastime, possibly even an evening spent sitting by that same tub with soap still clinging to your skin. You can almost picture yourself reclining against its side, legs dangling over the edge into cool waters, letting the steady lapping soothe away fatigue as darkness descends. As night gathers around you like a shroud of shadows and moonlight seeps through wooden slats, Sleep begins calling softly from within those quiet corners where tired limbs relax their tension. For now, though, there's still an evening meal to attend, perhaps even the prospect of some light entertainment afterwards. Songs sung in a language whose rhythms dance across your ears like rain pattering against leaves. In Viking Norway, as night claims its due and darkness begins spreading like ripples on calm water. As night claims its due and darkness begins spreading like ripples on calm water, you find yourself back in your small wooden longhouse, surrounded by the quiet murmurs of evening. The fire that once crackled with warmth now simmers down to embers, casting a soft orange glow over the simple furnishings. You stretch out your legs, feeling the fatigue of another day spent tending to the daily tasks, hunting, gathering, mending. Your eyes wander around the dimly lit space, taking in the familiar sights and sounds that have become second nature. The gentle hum of the wind outside, carrying with it the scent of wet earth and damp leaves. The soft creaking of wooden beams as they settle into their evening slumber. The faint smell of cooking smoke lingering on your clothes. You remember the soup you had for dinner, a simple broth made from scraps of meat and vegetables, flavored with a pinch of salt and a sprig of fresh rosemary. The taste still lingers on your tongue. You get up to tend to your clothing, which lies strewn about the space like discarded shadows. Rips and tears have become an unwelcome companion in your daily life, a constant reminder that even the most mundane tasks can be treacherous when you're working with coarse woolens and flinty stones. You pick up a particularly stubborn tear on one of your tunics, examining it under the soft light. It's not too bad, but it will need some mending if you want to keep from showing off your, creative stitching. You begin rummaging through your sewing kit, a small collection of leather pouches containing threads in various colors and textures. Each thread is carefully selected for its specific use. Some are fine as silk for repairing delicate fabrics, while others are thick and coarse for mending heavier garments. You pause for a moment to think about the last time you had a real needle, one made from an honest-to-goodness piece of metal, not just some flimsy bit of bone or shell. It's been so long since you've seen anything like that, it feels almost mythical. Your thoughts are interrupted by a soft snore coming from one of your fellow villagers, huddled in the corner near the fire pit. You smile wryly to yourself. Sleep comes easily when there's nothing better to do but sit and wait for tomorrow. The dim light dances across their face, casting shadows that make them look even more peaceful than they are awake. You continue working on your tunic, carefully threading a length of coarse wool through the eye of an equally coarse needle. It takes patience and practice, but eventually you manage to sew up most of the tears, not perfectly perhaps, but well enough for everyday wear. As you work, the sounds around you change. The wind picks up slightly outside, rustling through the nearby trees. Someone in a neighboring longhouse starts playing a soft melody on their lyre. The music carries on the gentle breeze like a whispered secret, its melancholy notes blending with the crackle of the fire and the soft snoring from your corner. You pause to listen for a moment. It's not often you get to hear anything as sweet as that. The musician, perhaps sensing they've attracted an audience, begins playing more softly still, coaxing out tender harmonies from their instrument. As the music drifts in through the open door, the smell of cooking smoke carries with it on its heels, a rich blend of charred wood and simmered meat. Your stomach growls at the memory of that simple broth, though you're not really hungry now. just nostalgic for the taste of something other than the same old recipes over and over again. The music ends as suddenly as it began, leaving behind an unsettling silence in its wake. You glance up to see your fellow villagers stirring from their slumber, rubbing at their eyes with a look of half-disoriented confusion on their face. They spot you working on your tunic and nod, another person who understands that mending is not just about fixing rips, but also about the quiet hours spent waiting for dawn. In this quiet interlude between day and night, as darkness presses in from all sides like a living thing, it's easy to forget the outside world, its triumphs and tragedies, its wars and famines. You're back among your people, tending to their daily needs, hunting for food, mending clothes, gathering firewood. Your task is simple yet endless. Each stitch you sew into your tunic represents a small victory against the passage of time. The leather pouches full of threads seem like little containers holding not just yarns and colors, but memories as well. Every patch you make brings to mind another day spent working in this very same space. As night gathers around, drawing its shroud over the longhouse like a protective cloak, or perhaps an invisible spider web that traps all your worries inside, you glance up from your work. In the dim light, it's hard to tell whether the shadows on the walls are just darkness playing tricks with your eyes or something more real. You put down your needle and lean back against one of the wooden posts supporting the roof above. For a moment, all is quiet. No voices rise in song, no wind whisks through trees outside. Even the fire seems subdued, its flames reduced to small flickers that barely illuminate anything at all. It's as if time itself has decided to stop ticking for just this one instant. In these still moments before sleep takes hold of everyone, you catch yourself smiling quietly into your own darkness, a private joke shared only with shadows on the wall and the gentle rustle outside. You find yourself drifting back into a state of half-awareness, your thoughts still tangling with the quiet routines of the day. The fire's embers have dwindled to a faint glow, casting an orange-pink haze on the walls and ceiling above you. Shadows dance upon the stones, their gentle play seeming almost alive in the soft light. Outside, the night air stirs with a whispered promise, perhaps it will bring rain tomorrow. As your mind begins to unravel its threads of thought, fragments rise to the surface. The scent of drying fish hung from wooden racks outside, the faint tang of ale's fermentation clinging to your fingers after helping Olga carry jugs back from the tavern. These recollections drift like autumn leaves on a windless day, rustling softly in the silence. Your stomach growls gently, reminding you that breakfast is still hours away, only bread and perhaps some dried meat for now. The prospect isn't unappealing. Indeed, it's almost comforting to think about simplicity's quiet pleasures, biting into something hard and dry after a night without sleep, feeling your jaw ache in protest. You recall walking through the village yesterday, watching as people went about their morning routines, wives stirring porridge over open fires while husbands set out for fishing or hunting. The sounds of clucking chickens and lowing cattle mingled with laughter and conversation, drifting from doorway to doorway. Each house seemed a microcosm of its own small lives. The smell of baking bread wafted from one, the creaky sound of wooden spoons against clay pots came from another. As you lay here now, a faint breeze stirs through your hair, carrying with it scents from further away. Wood smoke carried on high winds, hints of peat and damp earth. These distant smells blend in an almost forgotten melody, weaving themselves into the fabric of your memories like threads into tapestry. You think back to yesterday's walk along the river's edge, searching for fresh water among reeds and algae-covered rocks. Your bucket had been empty when you set out, needing constant refilling as its wooden slats absorbed more water than they should have. The sun beat down upon your neck, relentless in its warmth. Sweat dripped from your brow into the water, making it taste less pure. Yet even that chore held a quiet beauty, watching how sunlight danced on ripples created by fish swimming just beneath the surface. Water lilies floated, their delicate white blooms bobbing like tiny ships amidst the greenery. The river's gentle voice hummed along with your own footsteps as you walked back and forth between the reeds. You remember feeling a bit self-conscious about taking so long to fetch water. Other villagers passed by quickly, buckets in hand, while you lingered behind to watch an otter playing among the rocks or simply to breathe deeply of that crisp river air. They might think you lazy, but how could they understand? The world moves differently when one is alone with nature's quiet companions. As morning gradually gave way to afternoon yesterday, and now you find yourself lost in the slow passage of time as day merges with night, your thoughts drift further back into childhood memories. Learning to fetch water alongside Olga, feeling a mixture of excitement and dread at helping on long trips for firewood or hunting. Each task had its own rhythm, like music played solely for your ears. Your eyes grow heavy now, weighed down by the accumulation of tiredness from another day lived in Viking Norway. Sleep's soft tendrils creep into every corner of your mind. They seep beneath eyelids that feel grainy with fatigue, making you smile to think about how much time it'll take tomorrow morning for the fire to be lit and hot porridge stirred on a metal spoon. Time passes slowly when one is tired, yet even in this state, moments still unfold around you like petals opening from buds. You notice a faint scent of damp earth rising through cracks in the floor, remnants of last autumn's wetting storms that soaked into the wooden boards above. As these small details blend together with your own breathing and heartbeat, it becomes clear. Viking Norway may not be for everyone. Its quietness can wear down those unaccustomed to simple pleasures. Yet within this stillness lies a strange solace, one that seeps beneath skin like cold water on a winter's morning. Your thoughts start unraveling now as the darkness closes in. Memories of everyday routines blend with quieter moments. Sitting by the river, hands wrapped around an empty cup while watching fish swim. Walking through village streets at dawn when dew still clung to grasses and cobblestones. These small events seem almost sacred because they happen so naturally, part of a life that flows like water over stones. Sleep beckons now, whispering softly in your ear with promises of tomorrow's quiet moments. The first light creeping into windows, firelight dancing upon walls as day grows old once more. As sleep beckons now, whispering softly in your ear with promises of tomorrow's quiet moments. The first light creeping into windows, firelight dancing upon walls as day grows old once more, you find yourself back on the fjord, standing at the water's edge, surrounded by the gentle lapping of waves against wooden hulls. The air is heavy with the scent of seaweed and salt water, carried on a breeze that stirs the trees only slightly, like a patient hand awakening from slumber. You've been tasked with helping your chieftain's son, Einar, prepare for his journey to trade in the next village over. He'll be taking a small cargo of woven goods and furs, hoping to return with some fresh salted fish and perhaps a new cloak or two to impress his friends. You're responsible for rowing them across the fjord, a job that's both grueling and meditative. As you begin to push off from shore, the wooden hull creaks softly beneath your feet, its familiar groan like an old friend greeting you once more. The dugout canoe glides smoothly over the calm water, leaving behind a trail of ripples that slowly dissipate into the stillness. You dip and pull on the oars in time with Einar's steady voice, guiding you across the fjord as if conducting a gentle symphony. The sun beats down upon your back, warming the wood beneath your hands but never quite burning through to scorching intensity. It's a pleasant enough day with nary a cloud to mar its golden light, or rather, that's what you think until you notice how even it is, as if filtered through a thin layer of gauze. Not a single ripple on the surface breaks the illusion, just an endless sheet of calm water stretching out before you. You've been rowing for some time now, and your arms begin to tire beneath the steady motion of the oars. Einar notices this too and leans forward slightly as he speaks in hushed tones. Don't overexert yourself, we're not far yet. His words are laced with a quiet concern that you appreciate. It's good to know someone cares about your well-being. But for now, all you need focus on is the water ahead. The oars dip and rise with a rhythmic consistency that becomes almost hypnotic as time wears on, so much so that you find yourself tuning out the surrounding sounds. Einar's muffled murmurs, the occasional cry of gulls wheeling overhead in search of scraps, even the gentle lapping of waves against the hull. It's just you, the water, and the oars. Your eyes grow heavy as the rhythmic motion takes hold, making it harder to focus on anything beyond the immediate task at hand, guiding this small boat across the fjord without incident. But Einar is a steady helmsman. He knows these waters like the back of his hand, or in this case, the front of his face. His guidance helps you stay grounded as you navigate through shoals and hidden rocks that would catch even an experienced sailor off guard. Eventually, it's hard to say exactly when your hands begin to sweat beneath the wooden handles. The oars creak softly with each dip into the water, like tired breaths from lungs that strain against exhaustion. But still they pull you forward, a steady progression of inches and fathoms, the gentle lapping of waves growing louder as the shore draws closer. In time, or what feels like it, your chieftain's son points to a landmark on the far side, some ancient standing stone that marks the boundary between their lands and those they're headed into. Einar nods in approval. Well done, you've made good time. The praise is genuine enough, but its effect is tempered by his next words. We'll have to row faster if we hope to catch any decent fish for our dinner tonight. You can only imagine the thought behind these cryptic remarks. Perhaps a hankering for fresh salmon, or maybe just an honest desire for variety in your meal. Whatever it may be, you feel a fleeting pang of disappointment. All that effort and still you're not done yet. The dugout canoe scrapes against gravel as Einar expertly guides it ashore. One final push with the oars to ease its landing, then a satisfying thud as wood meets earth. It's over now, your part in this chore is finished, but for how long? The rest of your day stretches out before you like an empty canvas waiting for color. You stand up slowly, stretching stiff limbs and testing their weight on land once more. Your legs protest the change from seated to standing with a gentle complaint, joints creaking softly, muscles grumbling in mild disapproval. It's been too long since they last got a break. Einar chuckles knowingly as he watches you hobble towards him, his own movements fluid and practiced. Together you both begin to unload your cargo onto the shore, neat bundles of woven goods tied with leather thongs, rolls of fur neatly wrapped in birch bark. It's backbreaking work, or at least it feels that way when done without respite, but Einar knows every trick for making it less so. He hands you a length of rope, instructing you on just how to tie the furs together. As the sun continues its gentle journey across the sky, illuminating everything with an increasing warmth that's both welcome and oppressive at this time of day, when shadows stretch long and lazy but light itself starts to dwindle, your work begins in earnest. The two of you labor on for what feels like hours, or perhaps it's just minutes. Time loses all meaning as the sun continues its relentless march towards the horizon. But even with every passing moment, there comes a point when fatigue finally catches up, muscles screaming silently beneath tired skin, joints creaking in protest at each new movement. Einar notices this too and nods sympathetically. "We'll stop soon, I promise." His words bring only small comfort as you struggle on through the final few bundles of cargo. Eventually, though, and it's a mercy when it finally comes, your task is done. All that remains now is to pack up what little gear we have left and head towards our temporary home. The afternoon sun beats down upon your back like an old friend, its warmth not quite reaching the chill in your bones but soothing nonetheless. You're tired both physically and mentally, spent from a day of rowing across the fjord with no respite, yet Einar's promise rings true. Soon we'll stop, you can rest those weary limbs. The prospect is tantalizing enough that even as you begin to make your way towards our new destination, all thoughts turn to just one thing: sleep. It beckons now, a siren call whispered in the back of your mind, gentle and insistent, urging you forward with promises of tomorrow's quiet moments. First light creeping into windows, firelight dancing upon walls as day grows old once more. Your feet lead the way through dense woods that grow darker by the minute, their shadows cast long across the ground like dark fingers reaching out to snuff the last vestiges of daylight. In time, though how much is anyone's guess at this stage, you find yourself standing outside a small wooden hut that serves as temporary home for your chieftain and his family. Smoke drifts lazily from its chimney, carrying with it a sweet scent of burning wood and cooking food, enough to make even the most tired stomach growl in anticipation. Einar gives you a reassuring pat on the back. "We'll eat soon," he says, as if reading your mind before turning towards the hut's entrance. You follow closely behind him into darkness that envelops like an old friend, warm and welcoming, soothing to weary eyes. Inside it's quiet now, except for the crackling of flames in the hearth, where a small fire burns steadily through the evening hours, casting flickering shadows upon walls as night draws closer still. The smell of cooking food lingers heavy on the air, fish perhaps. Or maybe something more exotic. Whatever it may be, your stomach growls softly with anticipation. The room itself is dimly lit, wooden beams creaking gently in the draft that stirs from time to time, soft murmurings between Einar and his family as they speak quietly among themselves. Outside, the wind picks up slightly, enough for you to hear it whistling through gaps in the walls, creating an eerie melody that's both haunting and soothing. Your body protests further activity now. Legs ache beneath your weight, muscles groan softly with each new movement, eyes grow heavy as if trying to will themselves closed. Einar notices this too. "Time for bed," he says softly, his words carrying a quiet authority that brooks no argument. You make your way towards one of the small beds scattered about the room, nothing but simple wooden frames covered in woolen blankets, and collapse onto its softness with an exhausted sigh. The world outside fades slowly into darkness as night's veil draws over it like a dark shroud. Stars twinkling faintly above through gaps between clouds. Firelight dancing upon walls casting shadows that dance to their own tune. And so you rest now, surrounded by the gentle sounds of your new home, soft murmurings from Einar and his family, crackling flames in the hearth, distant wind whistling outside. Sleep beckons once more with whispered promises of quiet moments ahead, morning light creeping into windows, day growing old once more as shadows stretch long across the ground. As you drift off, feeling your body slowly relax beneath the softness of that woolen blanket, there's a sense that tomorrow will bring its own set of challenges. But for now, in this moment, it's enough to simply let go. As you drift off, feeling your body slowly relax beneath the softness of that woolen blanket, there's a sense that tomorrow will bring its own set of challenges. But for now, in this moment, it's enough to simply let go. The fire crackles softly in the hearth, casting warm shadows on the walls as the embers settle into a gentle glow. Outside, a faint breeze stirs the trees, rustling their leaves with an almost soothing whisper. You feel your eyelids growing heavy, weighed down by the exhaustion of another day spent navigating the complexities of Viking Norway. The air in the longhouse is thick with the scent of roasting meats and baking bread, but beneath that savory aroma there's a hint of something else, a pungent tang of fermenting grains. In the kitchen area, the village baker stirs large cauldrons of porridge on the fire, the wooden spoon clinking against the sides as she works. The mixture is thickening into a rich, creamy consistency, but it's not just any ordinary oats that's being cooked up here. No, this batch contains the infamous grains of Thor, notorious for their potent effect on even the hardiest stomachs. As you listen to the baker's gentle humming and the clinking of utensils against pots, you begin to feel a sense of unease creeping in, not alarm or panic, just a quiet, nagging worry that perhaps tomorrow morning will bring its own set of digestive challenges. After all, Thor's grains are known for their ability to clear even the most stubborn coughs and colds, but they also have an unfortunate side effect: loud, thunderous burps. The villagers seem completely unfazed by this prospect, chattering cheerfully as they go about their evening routines. But you can't help feeling a twinge of discomfort at the thought of those booming belches echoing through the longhouse tomorrow morning, especially if you're unlucky enough to be sitting near one of the offending parties. As your eyelids droop lower, you notice the soft murmur of conversation around you. Snatches of gossip and news from neighboring villages, arguments over whose turn it is to tend the communal fire, and whispered warnings about impending raids by rival clans. It's all just background noise now, a gentle hum that's lulling you into a peaceful slumber. But even as your mind begins to wander towards dreams of soft grasslands and tranquil fjords, there's something nagging at the edges of your awareness. The memory of yesterday morning's breakfast, when Olaf's thunderous belch shattered the stillness like a cannon blast. The sound had been so sudden, so unexpected, you'd almost jumped out of your skin. And yet, as you reflect on that moment now, it seems almost comical in retrospect. How many times have you yourself let out a rather more delicate burp after indulging in one too many tankards at the village tavern? The difference is simply one of scale and the social niceties required to navigate such situations. As your mind drifts back towards the present moment, you notice the soft clinking of spoons against bowls as people begin to eat their evening meal. There's a gentle scrape of chairs on the stone floor, followed by the low murmur of conversation that accompanies every shared meal in this longhouse. The fire crackles softly now, casting an intimate glow over the assembled group. Shadows dance across the walls, flickering silhouettes of people laughing and chattering, hands clasped together as they share stories and jokes around the table. It's a simple, comfortable scene that speaks to something fundamental in human nature, the need for connection, for community. In this quiet evening atmosphere, even the prospect of Thor's grain seems almost trivial, just one more minor annoyance on an already long list of daily challenges. As you settle deeper into your blanket, feeling the softness envelop you like a cloud, it occurs to you that perhaps the real challenge isn't so much surviving another day in Viking Norway as learning to find peace within its midst. The fire continues to crackle and spatter, sending sparks up towards the smoke hole above. Outside, the wind stirs with an almost gentle touch, rustling leaves on nearby trees, carrying the distant sound of wolves howling across the fjord. It's a soothing melody that seems perfectly in tune with your own growing drowsiness. Your thoughts begin to wander once more, drifting towards memories of past meals and conversations around this very table. You recall the taste of fresh-baked rye bread straight from the oven, warm, fragrant, with an inviting crunch on its crusty surface. And there's something else, a peculiar scent that seems almost as familiar as your own breath. Ah, yes, it's Thor's grains again. The pungent aroma is unmistakable now, rising up like a miasma from the kitchen area where the baker is still stirring her cauldrons of porridge. Your stomach begins to feel slightly uneasy at the prospect of tomorrow morning's breakfast, but as you settle deeper into your blanket, something peculiar happens. The scent seems less overpowering suddenly. In fact, it almost starts to smell. Oh, appealing. You can't quite put a finger on why this might be so. Perhaps it's just your growing familiarity with all things Viking. Whatever the reason, you find yourself beginning to relax once more into the warmth of the fire and the gentle hum of conversation around you. Your eyelids droop lower now, weighed down by an almost soothing sense of contentment that seems at odds with your previous worries about Thor's grains. It occurs to you that perhaps this is the key, finding peace within a culture where loud burps are simply a given, where everyday life revolves around the rhythms and routines of rural Norway. In this moment, as the soft glow of embers casts shadows across the walls and the distant howling of wolves seems almost lulling in its intensity, you realize that maybe it's not so much about lasting another day at all, but simply being present within these quiet moments. As you sit here by the fire, surrounded by the soft rustle of woolen blankets and the gentle creaking of wooden beams, the embers' glow casts an eerie light on your face, making the shadows dance like restless spirits across the walls. The distant howling of wolves, which had initially seemed so menacing in its intensity, now almost lulled you into a sense of tranquility, as if their mournful cries were somehow harmonizing with the crackle and pop of the fire. You feel your eyelids growing heavy, weighed down by the warmth and comfort that seeps from every corner of this small village hall. The smell of damp wool and wood smoke hangs in the air, a familiar scent that's both soothing and slightly acrid. As you breathe it in, you're transported to countless afternoons just like this one, sitting around fires, listening to stories and sharing meager meals. The fire crackles on, its gentle song weaving in and out of the wind's soft sighs outside, which whispers secrets through the gaps between the wooden shutters. The darkness beyond is almost palpable, a living entity that presses against the edges of your world, but for now it's held at bay by the warm glow within. Your thoughts begin to drift as you imagine what lies ahead, not in grand terms or epic battles, but in simple tasks and everyday struggles. You picture yourself making your way back through the village, carrying a heavy load of crockery on your shoulders. The weight presses against your spine, digging into the worn leather straps that bind it across your chest. As you walk, the sounds of the village come alive. Children's laughter carries from one courtyard to another. Hammers ring out in rhythmic beats as craftsmen work their trade, and women's voices blend together in a rich tapestry of conversation. But amidst all this activity, you're aware that every step takes you further away from the comfort of your current moment. You recall the feel of the crockery, the cool smoothness of wooden spoons, and the rough handle of clay jugs. The burden is not just physical but also a source of worry. What if something breaks? What if it rains or snows, making the journey back treacherous? These small concerns weave in and out of your thoughts like the threads on an old tapestry. Your feet carry you through the village as if by habit rather than conscious choice. You navigate past rows of half-built longhouses, each one a testament to the resourcefulness and resilience of these Viking villagers. Simple dwellings crafted from local wood, turf roofs held in place with stones and twigs. The walls are adorned with intricate carvings that tell stories of their own, tales of gods and goddesses, mythological creatures, or everyday struggles. As you continue on your way back to the village hall, the wind picks up slightly, carrying a hint of dampness from nearby fields where crops have recently been harvested. You breathe in deeply, feeling the cool air fill your lungs, but it's quickly replaced by the warmth and smoke that clings to every surface within. Your load becomes heavier with each step, not just physically but also mentally. The weight of responsibility presses down on you. Will the crockery arrive safely? Will there be enough food for tonight's meal? And what about tomorrow or the day after that? You navigate through a small stream that flows gently into the village center. Its surface glimmers like polished silver in the fading light, an elusive promise of refreshment and renewal amidst all these worries. The villagers have long ago taught themselves to live with such uncertainties, how to make the most of scarce resources, share what little they have, and cherish moments both big and small. Your thoughts return to the moment when you first arrived at this village hall, feeling a sense of unease and self-doubt. It was as if your very presence disrupted an equilibrium that had been finely tuned over countless generations, like introducing a new variable into a delicate equation. You remember wondering how these people survived in such harsh conditions, with each passing day bringing its own unique set of challenges. As the village comes alive around you, sounds blend and fade in a soothing rhythm. The creaking doors, the clinking pots, the muffled voices all contribute to an atmosphere both vibrant and comforting. It's almost as if the village itself is absorbing your worries, soaking them up like sponges into old wooden buckets. Your load becomes lighter with each step now, not because you've solved any pressing problems or overcome a major obstacle, but simply because time has claimed its hold on you once more. As dusk begins to descend, bringing darkness that's almost palpable, the village takes on an air of quiet contemplation. People sit around fires, children snuggle close to their mothers, and even the distant howling wolves seem to be whispering lullabies. You continue your slow journey back through the village, weighing down by crockery but buoyed up by thoughts that dance across your mind like autumn leaves on a gentle breeze. It's then you realize that perhaps this is what it means to truly last, not in some grand heroic sense or epic achievement, but simply being present within these quiet moments, sitting around fires, sharing meals with others, and carrying the weight of responsibilities alongside. The darkness gathers, deepening shadows across faces and walls. Your load presses against your back as you walk on, feeling a gentle rain begin to fall, an evening shower that will soak into parched fields and refresh the village's spirits. You imagine yourself under this very same roof tonight, surrounded by familiar sounds, crackling fires, soft chatter, the creaking of wooden beams. The night air carries scents from nearby farms, damp earth, fresh hay, and perhaps something sweet like baking bread wafting through an open window. It's then that you become acutely aware of your own presence here, not just as a visitor, but also as someone bound to this place by countless moments shared with others. Your load becomes almost insubstantial now, its weight replaced by memories that cling to every surface, waiting patiently for the right moment to resurface. The village hall is bathed in an eerie glow from flickering candles and firelight, casting long shadows across walls adorned with intricate carvings. Stories of gods and goddesses, mythological creatures, everyday struggles. In this quiet reverie, it's almost as if time itself has slowed, the world holding its breath alongside yours. Your thoughts begin to blur together like watercolors merging on wet paper. You feel your eyelids growing heavy once more, weighed down by an accumulation of fatigue and contentment. The wind whispers through gaps in wooden shutters outside. A faint scent of damp earth rises from nearby fields. The distant howling wolves seem almost lulling in their intensity. As you stand outside your small wooden cottage, the morning mist begins to clear, revealing a landscape that's equal parts breathtaking and mundane. The wind whispers through gaps in wooden shutters outside. A faint scent of damp earth rises from nearby fields. The distant howling wolves seem almost lulling in their intensity. You take a deep breath, feeling the crisp air fill your lungs as you prepare for another day of toil. The sound of dripping water echoes from a nearby well, its rhythmic pulse like a gentle heartbeat that accompanies you through each new dawn. A faint clucking of chickens comes from the corner of the yard, their soft murmurs mingling with the rustle of leaves in the trees as they sway gently in the morning breeze. The air is filled with an expectant quietness, a stillness before the day's activities begin to stir. You're about to embark on one of those tasks, lugging fish through mud and mire from the nearby fjord back to your cottage. Your stomach growls at the thought of fresh salmon for dinner. You've been looking forward to it all morning. The smell of saltwater, damp earth, and decaying seaweed wafts from the direction of the water's edge, carrying with it the promise of a satisfying meal. As you make your way down to the fjord, the soft crunch of gravel beneath your feet serves as a reminder that even in this rustic world, there are still small pleasures to be savored. The wooden dock creaks and groans underfoot, its weathered planks worn smooth by countless hands and feet over the years. You pause for a moment at the edge of the water's gentle lapping against the shore, taking in the sight of gulls wheeling overhead, their raucous cries carrying on the wind. Your task is to retrieve today's catch from one of your fellow villagers' boats, carefully loaded with freshly caught fish on wooden planks. The owner, a grizzled old Viking named Olaf, greets you with a nod and a grunt, his face creased by years of working outdoors in all manner of weather. He points to the load, indicating that it's your turn to take some home. You grab hold of one end of the plank, feeling the weight of several fish nestled among the ice packs used for insulation. The wood is slick with moisture from the water and a fine layer of frost from last night's chill. You wrap your hands around its worn edges, trying not to lose your grip as you begin the slow journey back up through the muddy terrain. Mud squelches beneath each step, making every movement feel like wading through quicksand. The weight of the fish begins to drag at your shoulders, forcing you into an uneven gait that's equal parts comical and exasperating. You pause for a moment to adjust your hold, trying not to strain yourself as you navigate this backbreaking task. The sun rises higher in the sky, its gentle warmth beginning to pierce through the morning fog, casting long shadows across the landscape like nature's own version of a sundial. A faint breeze stirs the trees, causing their leaves to rustle softly against each other, a soothing background hum that seems to underscore every moment. You continue on your way, plodding steadily back up the hillside as the scent of damp earth and salt water gives way to something new, the pungent smell of fish guts. You've grown accustomed to this odor over time, but it still catches you off guard whenever it hits. A potent reminder that even in this idyllic landscape, there's always work to be done. The sound of clucking chickens grows louder as you near your cottage, their presence a welcome respite from the laborious task at hand. You glance up at the sky, watching as clouds gather above, their soft peaks like wispy brushstrokes on a canvas of blue. The air seems to vibrate with anticipation, awaiting some unseen event that's sure to break this peaceful stillness. You finally reach solid ground near your door, setting down the plank with a sigh of relief. Olaf nods in approval as you straighten up, his eyes squinting against the growing sunlight. "Ah," he says, "you're making good time." His words carry on the wind, mingling with the sounds of morning, bird song, rustling leaves, and the distant hum of industry from other villages. As you enter your cottage, a warm glow spills out into the yard, courtesy of a fire burning low in the hearth. The air inside is thick with the scent of cooking smoke, old wood, and something faintly herbal. Perhaps it's a hint of dried herbs used to preserve meats. You can't quite place it. You take off your outer garments, hanging them on hooks near the door, letting the warmth seep into your chilled bones. A faint draft stirs the air as you make your way over to the cooking area, where a cauldron hangs suspended from a wooden beam above the fire. The steam rising from its contents carries with it the promise of something delicious, maybe vegetables simmering in broth or even the faint hint of smoked fish. Your stomach growls louder now, protesting the delay between retrieval and consumption. You add a few more logs to the fire, watching as flames lick up at the wood's dry surface, their crackling dance filling the air with an intimate warmth that seems almost tangible. The day wears on in this manner, slow, deliberate moments punctuated by brief periods of rest or respite from laborious tasks. You take a moment to tend the garden outside, coaxing reluctant growth from seeds sown into rich earth beneath your hands. A gentle rain might fall later today, perhaps as early as mid-morning. The forecast is always uncertain in these parts, where weather patterns can shift on an hourly basis. The hours drag by like water flowing through a meandering stream, its surface calm but depths hidden from view. You are just one small part of this landscape's intricate web of life, working within it, yet simultaneously separate and distinct. As the sun reaches its peak in the sky, now high overhead with nary a cloud to be seen, you sit down at your table to enjoy some well-deserved rest. The air inside is warm, carrying with it sense of cooking smoke and damp earth from outside. Your hands, still bearing small scratches from yesterday's foraging expedition, lie limp in your lap as you close your eyes. For a moment, the world recedes, its cacophony reduced to nothing more than an indistinct hum on the periphery of awareness. You breathe deeply, feeling the soft rise and fall of chest muscles beneath skin still warm from exertion. The distant sound of wolves howling in the distance becomes almost lulling now, their haunting calls weaving together with other sounds, birdsong, wind rustle, clucking chickens, all mingling into a soothing background melody. Your eyelids grow heavy, weight bearing down upon them like water on stone. You try to focus on something. Perhaps it's the memory of a sunny day spent by the fjord or a particularly satisfying meal. But these thoughts prove elusive as your mind drifts further and further from reality. A gentle lapping at the edges of awareness carries you forward, each moment slipping away without resistance, like water flowing over smooth stones. The air thickens around you, becoming an almost palpable entity that wraps itself around your shoulders in a comforting shroud. As you stand within this enveloping warmth, your breathing slows to match the gentle rhythm of the air itself, now a soothing blanket that cradles you in its tender folds. The world outside has long since receded into the distance, leaving only the faintest whispers of distant laughter and clinking pots to signal its presence. Your eyes begin to droop, weighted down by the softness of the darkness gathering around them like a mantle. Your lids grow heavy, their edges growing blurry as they succumb to the gentle tug of sleep's insistent call. The world, with all its troubles and cares, slowly fades into the background, leaving only the faint hum of your own thoughts, now quieted to a mere whisper. The air remains still around you, holding fast against any breeze that might stir it from its tranquil repose. In this suspended moment, time itself seems to have slowed to a crawl, allowing every sensation to be savored and explored in unhurried detail. Your skin feels the gentle caress of the evening's warmth, now seeped deep into your pores like a comforting balm. Your mind begins to wander back through the day's events, though it is not so much a wandering as a drifting on the surface of thoughts that refuse to be stirred up and examined too closely. You recall the taste of the morning's porridge, thick with oats and heavy cream, its rich flavor lingering long after you'd finished eating. The sound of clinking pots carried through your mind like a refrain, the clang of metal against stone as the cook scoured them clean for the next day's meals. She had been particularly diligent about scrubbing away at the bottom of that largest pot, where remnants of last night's stew still lingered in stubborn patches. You remember how she'd reached for her trusty companion, a worn wooden spoon with a notch carved into its handle to accommodate her thumb, an indentation so well worn it seemed almost like part of the wood itself. With this spoon she would carefully scrape away at the burnt residue, working patiently until even the toughest stains had been coaxed free. It's a task you know intimately yourself, the scrubbing and scraping that seems to take on a life of its own when done with such dedication. Your hands recall the feel of the pot beneath them, cool, damp stone giving way to metal at the lip where it meets the rim. And then there was the baking soda mixed into water to create an abrasive paste for tackling even the most recalcitrant stains. Your mind stumbles upon a fragment from earlier in the day, watching as she added vinegar to the mixture, its pungency wafting up on wisps of steam, like a scent both familiar and slightly unsettling. You can almost smell it now, carried back on threads of memory that refuse to be snuffed out. The mix of baking soda and vinegar created an odd dance in her hands. She'd hold the pot steady while pouring the paste into its depths with a curious delicacy, as if coaxing something reluctant from the very surface itself. The sound of it, too, was a part of this recollection. Clink soft scrap scrape, the gentle scrape of metal against stone. Now your thoughts turn to other things, though they're not really turning so much as drifting on ripples that refuse to settle quite yet. You think about the fire pit in the center of the longhouse, where embers from last night's cooking still glowed like a pair of sullen eyes watching over all who passed nearby. Those same embers had been carefully coaxed back into life with twigs and tinder, their first stirrings now but a faint glow that grew more vibrant as each passing moment fed it new breath. It was an unhurried business, this coaxing to life of the fire, no frantic blowing or scraping against stone surfaces here. Instead, she'd sat patiently beside it for what felt like hours, watching the slow dance of flames grow stronger with each gentle whisper of added kindling. Your hands recall the feel of those same twigs, rough bark beneath your fingertips as you reached out to add another log to the growing pile. As you sit here now, surrounded by this enveloping stillness, it's almost as if time itself is trying to settle its own accounts with your memories. The world outside recedes further into silence, leaving only the faint echoes of a long-forgotten clanging, that soft metal against stone that had accompanied her so diligently throughout the day. The warmth around you grows deeper still, like a gentle seepage of comforting fluid spreading through every cell and fiber within your body. You breathe in slowly, letting go of all tension as it leaves on an out-breath, weightless now, free from burdens that once seemed crushing but which now seem to be slipping quietly away. Your thoughts begin to unfurl like the soft petals of a flower, no longer constrained by the sharp edges and harsh sounds of everyday life. They're allowed to drift on quiet currents, carried effortlessly along as your entire being succumbs slowly to sleep's enveloping peace. You are carried on a gentle wave of drowsiness, your eyelids growing heavy with each passing moment. The world outside recedes into a soft haze, like a mist that's slowly burning off as the sun rises higher in the sky. In another time and place, a similar scene unfolds within the wooden walls of a Viking longhouse. It's mealtime once more, and you're about to join your fellow family members at the high table for some porridge and fish broth. The air is thick with anticipation, as well as a faint tang of yesterday's cooking smoke. You stand before a small wooden chest in one corner of the room, adorned with intricate carvings that seem to dance across its surface like gnarled tree limbs. This is where you'll find your oilcloth apron for mealtime, a simple yet practical garment designed to protect your clothes from stains and splatters. You reach inside the chest, running your fingers over the smooth folds of fabric until they touch upon something stiff and woven. You pull out an apron with a faint scent of linseed oil still clinging to its threads. The cloth is coarse against your skin, like sandpaper on rough days when you're trying to scrub away stubborn stains. As you tie the apron around your waist, the sound of wooden spoons clinking against ceramic bowls drifts from the kitchen area at the far end of the longhouse. Your stomach growls in anticipation. Porridge and fish broth are a staple here, but there's often some variation depending on what game or livestock has been brought down recently. The apron ties feel like they're digging into your belly slightly as you adjust them to sit comfortably across your chest. You can't quite remember the last time you wore one of these aprons. It feels almost familiar yet utterly foreign at the same time, much like a worn pair of shoes that's been sitting in storage for months but still manages to fit just right. Your thoughts wander back to how your own clothes would get stained on days when you had help with meal prep. The stains from berry juice or ale would seep into the fabric and leave an unsightly mark, requiring yet another quick scrub with a rough cloth before it could be worn again without drawing snickers from the other villagers. Speaking of which, it's almost time to join your family at table now. You push aside any lingering thoughts about stains and aprons as you make your way towards the high table. The wooden plank beneath your feet creaks softly, echoing through the longhouse like a sigh. Your stomach growls louder now that you're moving closer to the food. It's not uncommon for hunger pangs to become almost unbearable when faced with the promise of warm porridge and fish broth after a morning spent tending to chores. The aroma wafting from those ceramic bowls is tantalizing enough, but your senses are heightened because today promises something special, perhaps a slice of fresh mutton or an offering from last season's harvest. Your eyes scan the table as you approach. Everyone has their own wooden spoon in hand now, and there's an almost expectant hush to the room that suggests it won't be long before your turn comes up. It feels good to have something new on which to focus, rather than drifting aimlessly along life's currents. Your gaze meets a familiar face across from you, a cousin who lives nearby, known for his love of fine woodworking and sturdy wooden spoons. He offers a gentle smile in greeting as the village elder begins to speak, invoking some ancient phrase or offering words of gratitude for their bounty today. His voice carries above the others but remains soft and soothing. Your attention drifts between listening attentively to your cousin's laughter nearby. There's always something amusing about his mannerisms when engaged in conversation, and focusing on how each new moment passes, slow, gentle seconds ticking away like grains falling through an hourglass. With every passing heartbeat, you become more aware of the warmth emanating from the fire crackling near the hearth. The light flickers across your family's faces as they share stories or speak in hushed tones to one another, casting a cozy glow over everything. Your thoughts are carried along on this sea of peacefulness now, every sensation blending into an undulating wave that washes away worries and troubles with its soft tides. Your breathing slows, becoming synchronized with the crackling flames, as if mirroring their gentle rise and fall. You feel your eyelids growing heavy once more, like sandbags weighing down a child's eyes on a lazy summer afternoon spent by a pond watching water striders dance across the surface. You feel your eyelids growing heavy once more, like sandbags weighing down a child's eyes on a lazy summer afternoon spent by a pond watching water striders dance across the surface. The air in the longhouse grows quieter still, as if it too is succumbing to slumber. The sound of crackling flames from the central fire has mellowed into a soothing murmur, punctuated only occasionally by the faint creaking of wooden beams and the soft huffing of sleeping livestock outside. You are nestled among your kin, surrounded by the comforting scents of wood smoke, damp earth, and the sweet tang of fermented fish. The furs and woolen blankets wrapped around you have grown warm with use, their textures now familiar as the contours of a loved one's hand. As the fire dies down to embers, the shadows in the longhouse grow longer and more defined, like dark fingers reaching out from the walls. They dance across the faces of your sleeping family members, casting a macabre but endearing beauty on their slumbering features. Your own eyelids are now so heavy that they feel as if they're being pulled down by an unseen force, much like the way water flows downhill to the sea. You resist the urge to let them close completely, knowing you still have one last task to attend to, lighting a lamp for the night watchman who will take over when your kin retires. You carefully extract yourself from the nest of furs and blankets, trying not to disturb anyone as you make your way towards the corner where the lamps are kept. The air is cool against your skin, carrying with it the promise of autumn's arrival, a hint of dampness that speaks of changing seasons and shorter days ahead. The lamp in question is an ornate affair made from brass and leather, adorned with intricate engravings depicting scenes from Norse mythology. You've seen this design before on other lamps, but never quite so beautifully rendered as it is here. Its metalwork glistens dully in the fading light of day, like a shield polished by a battle-hardened warrior. You reach for the lamp's wick, carefully unwinding the linen thread that stores the fuel within. The scent of birch tar and rancid fat wafts up from the reservoir as you tug on it, releasing its contents into the waiting oil. You're momentarily hit with memories of your own childhood, helping to make lamps in the village workshop, watching your mother's deft hands expertly apply layers of varnish to protect the metalwork. The wick is long and slender, requiring a delicate touch as you insert it into the lamp's reservoir. As it absorbs fuel, it begins to emit its gentle glow, not quite bright enough yet, but promising nonetheless. The light flickers like a candle flame in a breezeless room, casting eerie shadows on nearby surfaces. You take hold of the wick once more and gently tweak it until the desired level of illumination is achieved. Not too much, you don't want to wake anyone up with an obtrusive glare. Just enough, a warm golden light that seems to match the gentle murmur of conversation still wafting from farther down the longhouse. The lamp now lit, its soft radiance illuminates your own face in a fleeting moment of introspection. You've been so caught up in tending to daily tasks, feeding the livestock, fetching water from the nearby spring, and this small but essential task of lighting the night watchman's lamp, that you almost forgot what it was like to be completely still. You pause for an instant longer than necessary as your mind wanders back through the day, helping with chores, playing games by the fire at dusk, listening to a traveling skald regale the family with stories from his travels. The passing of time has left behind its subtle impressions in the creases on people's faces, in the weariness that weighs upon their shoulders. Your reverie is interrupted when you hear a faint stirring among your kin. One by one, they're starting to wake up as night watch takes over, and it becomes harder for them to stay asleep. They stretch and yawn, shaking off slumber like water dripping from leaves on an autumn morning. You take this opportunity to hand the lamp over to the designated night watchman, a grizzled veteran of many battles who seems immune to the charms of sleep itself. As he accepts it with a nod and a gentle smile, you can almost sense his gratitude for being entrusted with this responsibility. Watching over family members during their rest is no small task. The air begins to fill once more with quiet murmurs as your kin settle back into their slumber, lulled by the warmth of the lamps now casting shadows on walls. The night watchman steps away from the central fire, his eyes scanning the longhouse for any signs of trouble, but you know that's unlikely. This is a family bound together by shared experience and love. You feel your eyelids grow heavier still as you turn back towards your furs, now seemingly much farther away than when you started. As you settle in once more among the blankets, their warmth envelops you like a gentle hug, a feeling both soothing and comforting at this late hour of night. Your thoughts begin to wander through memories from earlier that day, watching a young boy try to catch fish with his bare hands by the nearby stream, observing an elderly woman expertly clean her husband's wooden leg, which was wounded in battle, listening as the village bard sang tales of old gods and goddesses whose power seemed almost palpable. These recollections, along with the faint sounds of snoring from your kin, the occasional creaking of wooden beams, and the soft flickering of lamp flames, conspire to lull you into a deeper slumber. Your breathing slows further still as night's silence wraps itself around the longhouse like a shroud. Time seems suspended now, neither quite present nor past. You feel yourself drifting back towards those water striders dancing across the pond's surface from earlier that day. Their delicate movements mirrored in your own heartbeat growing slower and more regular with each passing moment. And as you breathe out one final time before surrendering to sleep once again, it feels like the gentle lapping of waves against a summer beach at dusk, soothing, peaceful, and utterly familiar. As you drift deeper into slumber, the sound of your own breathing becomes a steady heartbeat, punctuated by the occasional snuffle or twitch as your body relaxes further into repose. The room grows darker around you, shadows deepening on the walls like pools of indigo ink spreading through parchment. Outside, night has fallen over Viking Norway, and with it, an unsettling stillness descends upon the land. In distant halls, a lone bard strums his lyre, its melancholy tune drifting on the chill air like the faint cry of a lost child. The music is mournful, but not quite sorrowful, rather. It's as if the musician has caught sight of something just beyond the edge of vision and can't help but comment on it in song. You are lying there, wrapped snugly in furs and woolens, feeling the soft give of the bedding beneath you. The weight of your body presses down gently into the mattress, compressing its layers like a spring being coaxed open after a winter's rest. Your eyelids grow heavy with sleep, but not quite closed just yet. The darkness outside is almost palpable, as if it has a texture and a presence all its own. You can feel it pressing against your skin, an unseen force that seeks to seep in through the cracks around windows and doors. It's cold too, this night air, a damp chill that creeps under the bedclothes like a thief stealing warmth from a fire. In another part of town, a young woman named Helga stirs embers into life within her hearth. She uses dry reeds to coax reluctant sparks from the charred remains of last night's fire, blowing gently on them until they grow strong enough to dance in the darkness like tiny stars. The air is thick with wood smoke and damp earth as she works, the scents mingling together in a way that's both earthy and almost, but not quite, pleasant. Your own breathing has slowed now, its rhythm becoming more measured as you succumb to sleep's gentle pull. Your chest rises and falls, each breath drawing warmth from the fire crackling away somewhere outside your window, then expelling it back out into the chill darkness. Helga adds a handful of dried herbs, possibly chamomile or lavender, perhaps something more pungent like thyme, to her simmering stew. The aromas waft up in wisps and curls, mingling with the steam rising from the hearth as they cook together over low heat. It's a soothing mixture, calming for both body and mind. As you grow deeper into sleep, your dreams begin to stir, though not strongly, just a gentle hum of imagination that refuses to fade away entirely. You're still aware enough to feel the weight of your bed, its mattress yielding beneath you in subtle ways as your muscles relax further with each passing moment. The Viking village outside is quiet now, too, save for the occasional hoot or bark from some stray animal, and the distant rumble of wheels on stone as a cart makes its way along a nearby road. It's an almost silent night, full of small sounds that accumulate to create a rich tapestry of sound. You've grown so still now that even your eyelids seem reluctant to close completely, just half-lidded, gazing up at the darkness like two closed shells on a beach. The air in the room is heavy with the scent of old wool and smoke, faintly sweetened by the hint of baking bread from somewhere nearby. Beyond Helga's firelit kitchen, other homes sleep too, each one full of its own particular rhythms and routines. There's the soft snore of a husband lying on his back in bed, the occasional stirrings of children sleeping fitfully through nightmares or excitement, the steady beat of a pregnant wife's heart as she awaits morning. In every household, fires burn low and hot, their embers dying out slowly over hours that feel like an eternity when you're waiting for someone to get up and tend them. And so Helga waits too, her eyes fixed on the hearth where reeds continue to smolder in silence, sending wisps of smoke curling upwards into the darkness. Outside, under a sky strewn with stars like diamonds scattered across black velvet, an owl stirs from its perch, perhaps one that has been perched there for hours or even days. It stretches out wings stiff as boards and takes to the night air in slow motion, vanishing over rooftops without making a sound. Your breathing remains steady now, almost soothing in its regularity. You're so far gone into sleep that you barely notice it's happening, just a faint awareness of your chest rising and falling like the gentle waves Helga spoke of at dusk. The darkness outside is absolute, a presence as heavy as stone pressing down on every aspect of life within these walls. In this stillness, even time itself seems to slow, or maybe that's just you, losing track of hours in a way that feels almost comforting, as if the passage of minutes and seconds has become irrelevant now, replaced by an endless expanse of nothingness punctuated only by your own faint heartbeat. Your dreams begin to take shape around this quiet center, forming vague outlines like islands rising from the sea floor. Beyond Helga's walls, other lives unfold, each one a tapestry woven from countless threads of routine and chance, slowly growing more intricate with every passing year. These aren't epic stories of battle or conquest, just small moments lived out in a world that moves quietly to its own rhythms, unseen by the stars above. You're no longer quite there anymore, though lost in slumber's vast expanse where time has little meaning and all is quiet darkness. Your breathing slows further still until it becomes almost imperceptible. Almost imperceptible. Your chest rises and falls with a slow deliberation, like a summer breeze rustling leaves on an autumn day long past. As you drift deeper into sleep, the sounds of the world outside recede, muffled by the softness of your own breath. In Viking Norway, where the previous evening's feasting has given way to morning's quiet routine, people stir from their slumber. The household awakens with a collective groan, like a single tired animal shaking off its winter coat. Your bed creaks beneath you as you shift positions, releasing a faint scent of worn wool and sweat into the chilly air. Your stomach growls in protest at the stillness that follows last night's indulgences. You feel the familiar tug of hunger, which is soon to be sated by the simple fare prepared by your household. Outside, the village comes alive with the sound of clanging pots and pans, as women prepare breakfast for their families. In a nearby longhouse, a young mother stirs embers from last night's fire, coaxing them back to life with dry kindling and gentle pokes. The smoke curls upwards, carrying with it the acrid tang of damp wood and yesterday's cooking residues. As she waits for the coals to rekindle, she takes a moment to adjust her woolen cloak, its edges worn thin in places, revealing glimpses of the linen undershirt beneath. Meanwhile, you continue on your own journey towards waking. Your eyelids flutter open, like two leaves unfolding from their stem, allowing a warm beam of sunlight to trickle into your room. The light is still low and diffuse, more akin to the soft glow of embers than the harsh brilliance that will come later in the day. As you emerge from slumber's haze, the sounds outside grow louder. The clatter of spoons against wooden bowls, the cheerful chatter of women greeting one another with warm smiles. Your own stomach begins to rumble more insistently now, reminding you that it is time for your daily repast. The household gathers around a central table, its surface scarred from countless meals and generations past. You take your seat among them, feeling the worn wood beneath your elbows as you settle in. The air is thick with the aroma of cooking meat, salted pork or lamb perhaps, slow cooked over an open fire until it's tender enough to fall apart at a touch. Your hostess, the young mother from earlier, ladles a generous helping of stew onto your plate, alongside a hunk of coarse bread and a wedge of cheese. The flavors are simple yet satisfying: rich meat broth, earthy vegetables, and a tang that lingers pleasantly on the palate. You take a bite, feeling the texture of the bread giving way beneath your teeth as you chew. As you eat, you notice the sound of ale being poured in the background, the gurgle of liquid against clay, followed by the clinking of wooden cups against stone. The sour tang of Viking ale drifts towards you on the air, mingling with the savory aromas from your plate. You can almost taste it, a sharpness that cuts through even the heartiest stews and soups. The ale is an integral part of every meal in these parts, a staple as essential to daily life as bread or water. Its production involves a simple process: fermented barley mixed with wild berries and herbs for added flavor, allowed to sit for days on end until it reaches the desired level of sourness. And then, of course, there's the inevitable ritual of washing down meals with ale, an act that combines practicality to aid digestion with social bonding, a shared experience that brings people together. As you continue eating and sipping your own ale, you start to notice other details around you: the smell of wet wool on a nearby cloak, the way light filters through the woven hangings adorning the walls, casting intricate patterns across the floor, the faint scent of wood smoke carried in by an open window. Time seems to pass with a leisurely pace now. The meal lingers as conversations and laughter ebb and flow between courses. You begin to feel your hunger sated, replaced by a pleasant contentment that settles over you like a soft blanket on a winter's night. Your breathing slows still further, almost imperceptibly once more. Your eyelids grow heavy, resisting the effort it takes to keep them open against the allure of sleep. The world outside recedes, its sounds and scents muffled by the gentle lapping of waves against your own sleepy consciousness. And so you drift deeper into slumber's realm, carried along on a tide of warmth, contentment, and the soothing rhythms of Viking life. As you drift deeper into slumber's realm, carried along on a tide of warmth, contentment, and the soothing rhythms of Viking life, your thoughts begin to untangle from the threads of reality. Your breathing slows, becoming as gentle as a summer breeze rustling through the grasses that grow in abundance near the fjords. In another part of this quiet world, the sun is setting over the horizon, casting long shadows across the wooden huts and homes. The air grows cooler, carrying with it the scent of wood smoke from the evening fires being lit within those very dwellings. You are still here in Viking Norway, surrounded by people who have learned to live in harmony with this unforgiving yet beautiful land. You find yourself standing outside your own home, a sturdy wooden hut with a sloping roof and walls made of rough-hewn logs, as the day draws to its close. The task at hand is one that requires attention, storing food for the coming winter when the harsh frost will make it impossible to venture out into the fields. You glance around, taking in the familiar sights of your surroundings. Smoke drifts lazily from the nearby huts, carrying with it the scent of cooking meat and steaming vegetables. In the distance, you hear the lowing of cattle as they are driven back to their winter pastures, a reminder that another day has drawn to its close. Your stomach growls softly in anticipation of dinner, which will likely consist of salted meats, dried fish, or perhaps some boiled root vegetables if your stores have been replenished recently. You've come to expect the flavors and textures of these staples as part of your daily life, a comfort that grows stronger with each passing day. As you approach the storage hut at the edge of your property, you notice the faint scent of damp earth and mold wafting from within its dark interior. The air inside is cool and musty, heavy with the weight of stored grain and dried meats. You take a deep breath, preparing yourself for the task ahead. The first step in storing food for the winter is to clean out any lingering debris or spoiled provisions, unpleasant as this may be. Your fingers move deftly through the dust-covered containers and baskets, sorting through what's still edible from what's not. It's a slow process, requiring attention to detail and patience, but one that must be done if you're to survive the coming months. As you work, your mind begins to wander, as it often does during tasks like this, to thoughts of springtime, when the snow will have melted away and new life will burst forth from the thawing earth. You imagine the first tender shoots pushing their way through the soil, followed by the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers filling the air. Your hand pauses in its work as you remember a specific memory, watching a family gather around the communal fire one spring evening, laughing and chatting as they shared stories of the previous winter's struggles. The elder at the time, a wise and kind woman named Gudrun, spoke of how her own ancestors had made it through even the harshest winters by relying on their stored provisions and their collective resourcefulness. This recollection brings with it a renewed sense of determination. You will make do just as your people have done for generations. You refocus on the task at hand, sorting through the containers and baskets with renewed attention to detail. Every spoiled piece of meat or damaged grain is carefully removed, set aside for composting. Time passes quietly as you work, lost in thought but present in body. The sun dips lower in the sky, casting an orange glow over your surroundings. Shadows stretch across the landscape like dark tentacles, and the air cools further still, carrying with it a hint of frost that's not yet here but soon will be. Your fingers move through the stored provisions once more, checking for any remaining spoiled items or signs of pests. Your back creaks softly as you bend to lift an especially heavy container, one filled with dried fish from last year's harvest. You straighten up slowly, letting out a gentle sigh of exertion. For now, this is enough. Your food stores are safe and secure within the storage hut. The coming winter may be unforgiving, but it will not find you unprepared. As night begins to fall, the stars twinkling above like diamonds scattered across the velvet expanse of sky, you take a moment to pause and reflect on all that's been accomplished today. The darkness gathers around you, growing thicker with each passing moment. You can feel its presence, yet it doesn't seem oppressive so much as comforting. This is where you belong in this quiet world of wooden huts and smoky fires, surrounded by people who share your struggles and triumphs. As the stars shine brighter overhead, their light dances across the landscape like 1,000 tiny lanterns. You feel yourself growing drowsy once more, carried along on that tide of warmth, contentment, and soothing rhythms you experienced earlier in this slumber-filled journey. In Viking Norway's quiet world, where wood smoke rises into the evening air and the stars twinkle above, all is well for now. As you settle into your furs and woolen blankets, feeling the warmth of the fire pit's embers seep into your bones, the sounds of the village grow quieter still. The evening air is filled with the sweet scent of burning wood and the soft murmur of adult conversations carried on the breeze. You're almost asleep now, but just for a moment longer, let's follow Gudruna as she makes her way to the family garden, where a few hardy vegetables still cling to life in the late autumn soil. The moon is new tonight, and only the faintest glimmer of starlight illuminates the path ahead. The earth beneath your feet has been turned over for winter, but Gudruna knows that come springtime, this plot will be bursting with fresh greens and perhaps even a few early tomatoes if the weather holds. As she walks, her woolen socks make soft, crunching sounds on the frost-kissed grass. The faint scent of damp earth rises up to meet you as you breathe in. You're beginning to drift off now, but Gudruna's footsteps grow louder as she approaches the garden gate. The wooden slats are weathered to a silvery gray and creak softly beneath her hand as she pushes it open. Beyond the fence, the compost heap rises like a dark, fertile mound, its presence both familiar and slightly unsettling. As you settle deeper into your blankets, Gudruna reaches for a shovel leaning against the garden wall. The worn wooden handle fits comfortably in her gloved palm, and with a few practiced swings of her arm, she begins to scoop up handfuls of damp earth from the compost heap's surface. This is where the family's waste has been carefully sorted and layered over time, a mix of vegetable scraps, animal manure, and shredded leaves. The rich smell wafts up around you now, heavy with the promise of new life in the spring. Gudruna digs deeper into the pile, her movements economical as she carries handfuls of dark, crumbly fertilizer to where the vegetables will soon be planted. As she works, a few stray threads from her woolen tunic snag on twigs or rusty nails, but these tiny scratches are barely noticeable against the soft rustle of leaves and scents around you. You're getting sleepy now, just let Gudruna's quiet rhythms lull you into your dreams. The garden's silence is almost palpable as she works. Only an occasional distant hoot from a night owl breaks the stillness. As you breathe in, you can taste that hint of damp earth and decaying leaves on your tongue. Gudruna pauses for a moment to survey her handiwork. The vegetable beds lie empty now, but soon they'll be planted with seeds carefully saved from this summer's harvests. Her gaze wanders over the fence line, where neighbors' gardens spill into each other in a haphazard tangle of plots and pathways. Your eyelids grow heavier as you watch Gudruna tend to her garden, just one more glance at those dark, rich handfuls of compost before. Oh, and now she's finished for tonight. The shovel leans against the wall once more, its wooden slats worn smooth by years of use. As Gudruna makes her way back toward the village lights, you notice how the frost-kissed grass crunches beneath your feet, just as it did when you were following her into the garden. You're almost gone now. But for a little while longer, let's stay with Gudruna as she heads toward home. The village is quiet tonight. Only an occasional door creaks open or shut on its hinges, letting out a faint sliver of light from within. The air carries whispers of conversations carried on indoors, the sound of children sleeping restlessly in their beds muffled by furs and woolen blankets. As you drift deeper into sleep, Gudruna's footsteps grow softer still. She's almost home now. You can feel her slipping through a doorway, leaving behind the chill of night air for the warmth of fire and companionship within. The sounds inside are muted. Only an occasional clink or murmur carries out to you as you slip away. You're here with Gudruna in her cozy hearthside nook, where candles burn low on wooden stands, casting a warm glow over family gatherings. You feel the gentle thrum of conversation around you now. A child stirs from their slumber, looking up at their mother's smiling face as she kneels beside them to smooth out tangled hair. This is where we'll leave Gudruna for tonight, and you're welcome to rest here too, wrapped in your own blankets as the soft murmur of village life carries on outside. As you settle into your blankets, the warmth of the hearth and the gentle rocking of Gudruna's loom lull you into a state of deep relaxation. The soft murmur of village life carries on outside, children's laughter, the occasional barking of a dog, and the low hum of conversation from the nearby longhouse. It's as if time itself has slowed down, and all that remains is the gentle ebb and flow of everyday existence. You feel your eyelids growing heavy, like two soft petals closing over warm sunlight. Your breathing slows, becoming synchronized with the rhythm of Gudruna's weaving, a soothing cadence of in and out, as if the very fabric of reality is being woven into place around you. Outside, the stars are beginning to twinkle overhead, like diamonds scattered across the velvet expanse of night. The air is filled with the sweet scent of wood smoke and the faint tang of salt from the fjord, carried on the breeze that whispers through the village like a gentle lover's caress. As you drift deeper into sleep, your mind begins to wander back to the events of the day, the grueling hours spent in the forge, hammering out iron nails by hand. You recall the ache in your arms and shoulders, the sweat-drenched hair clinging to your forehead as you work the glowing metal with a precision that's both satisfying and exhausting. You remember the smell of hot iron and coal, like a pungent perfume wafting up from the anvil, a scent that clings to your clothes and skin long after you've left the forge behind. And the sound of hammer blows ringing out in rhythmic cadence, echoing off the stone walls as if calling forth some ancient primal energy. But now, all those worries are melting away like ice on a summer's day, leaving only the soft tranquility of this peaceful evening to envelop you once more. The warmth of Gudruna's loom and the gentle rocking motion lull your thoughts into a state of quiet contemplation, as if allowing them to settle into their own little beds for the night. Time itself seems to have slowed down, or perhaps it's just that you're no longer aware of its passage. Hours blend together like shades of gray in a watercolor painting, each one merging seamlessly with the last until all that remains is an endless expanse of peacefulness. The air inside Gudruna's longhouse grows thick with sleep, heavy as a warm blanket wrapped around your shoulders on a chilly winter night. Your eyelids grow heavier still, like leaden weights tied to your eyeballs, threatening at any moment to drag them down into the dark depths of slumber. And yet, your ears pick up on the faintest whisper of sound from outside, a rustling in the bushes nearby, followed by the soft crunch of gravel beneath footsteps. Someone's approaching Gudruna's longhouse, but it's not an urgent visit. No, this is more like a slow, deliberate stroll under cover of darkness. As you listen intently, the sounds grow louder and clearer. The creaking of leather boots on stone, followed by the soft murmur of voices carried on the night air. It seems someone, or perhaps several someones, has come to pay a late-night visit to Gudruna's household. You try to rouse yourself from your slumber, but it's no use. You're too far gone, lost in the warm, dark depths of sleep. The sounds grow louder still, until they become like a distant echo on the horizon, and then. Everything falls silent once more. The darkness is absolute, or so it seems. But even as your senses fade into nothingness, there's something that lingers just beneath the surface. The faintest hint of unease, like a whispered rumor carried on the wind. It's not much to go on, but enough to keep you hovering between wakefulness and sleep for another few moments, long after everyone else in Gudruna's household has drifted off into the night. Your thoughts are foggy with fatigue, your mind muddled by the exhaustion of another long day spent hammering out iron nails by hand. But as you slowly begin to lose yourself once more, there's something that lingers just beneath the surface. A faint memory of the sound of Gudruna's loom still weaving away in the darkness, its rhythmic cadence like a gentle heartbeat calling out to guide you back into the safety of sleep. The soft creaking of leather boots on stone grows louder once more, until it becomes a steady drumbeat echoing through your mind. You try to follow the sound, but it's like chasing after a will-o'-the-wisp, always just beyond reach. And yet, it seems that fate has other plans for you tonight. As you slowly begin to surface from the depths of sleep, there's something that catches your attention. The soft glow of embers still smoldering in Gudruna's hearth, casting a warm, golden light across the shadows on her walls. The loom is quiet now, abandoned in mid-weave as if left by some unseen hand to continue its work another time. But it's not that which catches your eye, no, it's something else entirely. You notice Gudruna herself standing beside the hearth, a small candle held precariously in one hand while her eyes scan the darkness outside, as if searching for some long-forgotten detail or errant visitor. The flickering light from the candle dances across her face like a restless flame, casting eerie shadows on her features. Her brow is furrowed with concern, and there's something about her demeanor that suggests she's not quite sure what to expect next. As you watch, transfixed by this quiet drama unfolding in the darkness of Gudruna's longhouse, there's a sudden movement outside, like a dark shape darting across the shadows. It's nothing much, just some stray animal or lost traveler, but it sends a shiver down your spine nonetheless. You try to follow its progress, but it vanishes into the night before you can get a good look. Gudruna takes a deep breath and sets her candle on a nearby stool, as if resigned to whatever fate may bring next. Her eyes scan the darkness outside once more, searching for some sign of what lies ahead, but there's nothing. No answer comes, no shadowy figure emerges from the night to claim your attention. It seems that whatever was out there has vanished into thin air. The stillness is oppressive, like a heavy blanket wrapped around Gudruna's household. But as you watch her standing patiently beside the hearth, candlelight casting eerie shadows on her features, something strange begins to happen. A faint rustling sound comes from outside, like someone or something has stirred in the darkness nearby. You feel your heart rate quicken, but Gudruna doesn't seem to notice. She just stands there, lost in thought as if pondering a puzzle whose solution remains elusive. The noise grows louder still until it becomes like a gentle scratching at the door of her longhouse, like something or someone is trying to get inside. Gudruna's eyes flicker toward the sound, and for an instant you think she'll rush off to answer whatever summons lies beyond. But instead, she just freezes. Her face remains calm, almost serene, as if accepting that whatever fate has brought her way will be dealt with in due time. The scratching grows louder still, until at last it stops. The silence is oppressive once more, heavy as a weight on your chest. Gudruna's candle casts eerie shadows across the walls of her longhouse, but there's nothing to see, no sign of whatever was making that strange noise outside. As you watch her standing patiently beside the hearth, it seems she's resigned herself to whatever fate may bring next, whatever secrets lie hidden in those shadowy recesses beyond. And so, with a quiet sigh, Gudruna blows out her candle and sets off into the darkness, leaving you lost once more in the labyrinth of your own slumber. As you drift deeper into sleep, the darkness wraps around you like a warm cloak, softly muffled by the thick furs of your bed. The fire in the hearth has long since gone out, but its embers still glow with a gentle warmth that seeps through the stone floor, making it feel like a soft blanket beneath your weary body. You're not alone in this cozy darkness. Gudruna's snores drift on the quiet air like a distant foghorn. At first, they were a comforting sound, but now, as you try to settle into sleep yourself, her deep, rumbling snorts start to grate against your eardrums. You shift slightly, trying not to disturb her, and find yourself tangled in the layers of woolen blankets that have accumulated on top of you. The softness is soothing, yet it's hard to escape the feeling that you're being slowly suffocated by their weight. You wriggle free from the constraints, but your movements only seem to make Gudruna snore louder. As you lay there trying to catch a few precious moments of rest, the sounds around you grow more pronounced, the creaks and groans of the wooden longhouse settling for the night, the distant hooting of an owl outside, and from somewhere in the darkness, the faint rustle of mice scurrying through the rafters. It's a symphony of quiet noises that would normally lull you into a peaceful slumber, but tonight they only seem to amplify your growing frustration. You glance around the room, trying to see what time it is by the dim light filtering in from outside. The moon has moved across the sky since Gudruna went out. Now its silvery glow illuminates the shadows on the walls with a soft blue hue that casts an ethereal ambience over everything. You can make out the faint outlines of the sleeping platform, where your friends and family members are all sprawled in various stages of sleep, some snoring softly, others twitching through restless dreams. Your gaze drifts to Gudruna's peaceful form once more. Her snores have become a constant accompaniment to your own struggles with drowsiness. You can't help but wonder what the rest of your family is doing right now. Olaf is probably out hunting, as he often does under the light of the full moon. His nocturnal excursions always leave you feeling safe and secure in the knowledge that someone has ventured into the darkness to bring back food for the household. As you ponder this, a faint rustling sound comes from outside your sleeping platform. It's soft at first, but grows louder as whatever is causing it draws closer. You tense slightly, half awake now, wondering if some nocturnal creature has wandered into the longhouse in search of shelter or food. The noise stops abruptly right next to you. You feel a gentle touch on your shoulder and realize that it's Vigdis, another member of your household, trying not to wake Gudruna as she quietly makes her way over to share some words with you. You can see the faint outline of her features in the moonlight. Her eyes are narrowed slightly, as if concentrating on something important. Then she whispers softly into your ear, "Are you awake?" "I couldn't sleep." You manage a quiet nod, and Vigdis settles down next to you, careful not to jostle Gudruna. Together, the two of you sit up in bed, surrounded by the soft darkness, listening intently as Vigdis recounts her concerns about tomorrow's day. "I had the strangest dream last night," she begins, her voice barely above a whisper. "We were out on the fjord, and I saw the most magnificent ship sailing towards us from afar. But it was so still in the water that it looked more like a ghostly apparition than anything real." You listen attentively as Vigdis continues to speak about her dream, trying not to let your own eyelids droop further into sleep. The air around you is filled with the sweet scent of burning wood and the soft, damp smell of the longhouse's interior. It's a comforting mixture that wraps itself gently around your senses. As Vigdis finishes her story and settles back down beside Gudruna, who's still peacefully snoring away in the darkness, you can't help but feel grateful for this brief respite from the demands of daily life. For now, all is quiet, and you're free to let go of the world outside these wooden walls as your own eyelids begin to drift shut once more. The soft rustling of Vigdis' movements grows quieter still, until it's nothing more than a faint reminder that she's there beside Gudruna. You feel yourself being slowly pulled back into sleep, carried by the soothing presence of this peaceful darkness. As you drift back into sleep, the sound of gentle snores and distant whispers lingers on the edge of your awareness. The darkness seems to grow thicker, a soft blanket wrapping around you like a warm hug. Your breath slows, becoming a gentle hum in sync with the quiet rustling outside. In Viking Norway, not far from where we find ourselves now, it's early morning. The air is crisp and cool, carrying the scent of damp earth and freshly cut hay. You are standing in the midst of a bustling village, surrounded by thatched roofs and wooden longhouses. People begin to stir, their faces creased with sleepiness as they emerge from their homes. You watch as Gudrun, a sturdy woman with a wild shock of red hair, steps out into the chill morning air. She stretches her arms above her head, yawns, and rubs the sleep from her eyes. Her husband, Olaf, ambles out behind her, his massive frame shrouded in a misty aura. The pair makes their way to the village's central square, where a group of villagers is gathered around a large wooden cart. The cart is laden with freshly cut hay, its sweet aroma wafting through the air like an invitation. Gudrun smiles as she surveys the load, her eyes shining with satisfaction. Today is market day in the neighboring town, and they need to gather fresh supplies for their pig. You follow them as they begin loading the cart, watching as Olaf expertly lifts massive bundles of hay onto his shoulders and strides over to the waiting oxen. The animals low contentedly as he pats them on the neck, their gentle eyes gazing up at him with a quiet trust. As you stand there taking in the tranquil scene, the sounds of morning slowly begin to seep into your awareness. Birds chirping in the nearby woods, water splashing from a distant well, and the low hum of conversation between villagers. The air is filled with the scent of baking bread wafting from one of the longhouses. The villagers' chatter grows more animated as they discuss the day's plans and the latest gossip. Gudrun leans into Olaf, whispering something in his ear that makes him chuckle. Their banter carries on the breeze, mingling with the sounds of nature and the smell of fresh hay. You find yourself walking alongside them now, feeling a sense of ease as you move through the village. The sun rises slowly above the trees, casting long shadows across the landscape like giant fingers reaching for the sky. You breathe in deeply, taking in the sense of earthy richness and greenery that clings to everything. The cart creaks under its load as Gudrun carefully guides it out of the village towards the nearby forest. The oxen plod along steadily, their ears flapping lazily as they munch on a fresh bundle of hay someone has tied behind them. You walk alongside Olaf, watching as he expertly navigates the winding path that leads deeper into the woods. The trees grow taller here, casting dappled shadows across your feet. The air is thick with the scent of damp leaves and mossy earth. In this quiet, peaceful space, it's almost possible to forget about the world beyond these ancient trunks and gnarled branches. You continue on in comfortable silence, your footsteps blending in with those of Olaf as you move deeper into the forest. The only sounds are the gentle creaking of the cart and the distant calls of birds. A melancholy lark song carries through the trees like a forgotten melody. The sun rises higher now, casting longer shadows across the landscape. Light filters through the canopy above in dappled patches, illuminating ferns that sprout from cracks in the ancient trunks. You breathe in deeply again, feeling your chest expand as you inhale the scent of damp earth and moss. As you walk, Gudrun occasionally breaks into a soft song, her voice carrying on the breeze like a gentle stream. The melody is simple but hauntingly beautiful, weaving itself through the rhythm of your footsteps and the creaking of the cart's wheels. You find yourself swaying gently to its beat as Olaf falls in step beside you once more. His massive frame moves with ease alongside yours now, his eyes fixed on some distant point ahead that holds their attention. You feel a sense of companionship wash over you, as if this shared activity has somehow drawn the three of you together into a seamless whole. The forest path begins to wind its way through denser undergrowth here, forcing Gudrun and Olaf to slow down in order to navigate the twisting route. The air thickens with greenery as leaves and ferns close in around them, their delicate fronds tickling your skin like an invisible brush. You push aside branches that block your path, careful not to snag on any thorns or twigs. Your hands rustle through the undergrowth, feeling a sense of intimacy with this woodland world as you navigate its secrets. The sound of Gudrun's song has faded now, replaced by the soft creaking of the cart and Olaf's steady breathing. The path opens up ahead, revealing a sunlit clearing surrounded by ancient trees that seem to lean in together like sentinels guarding some hidden treasure. In this peaceful space, time seems to expand and contract simultaneously. Moments blur together as if they're being folded into some infinite fabric of existence. You feel your thoughts begin to untangle now, allowing the gentle lapping of memories against the shores of awareness. Thoughts that were once tangled in a knot have begun to unravel, leaving behind a tranquil stillness like calm water after a stone has been cast. As you stand here amidst this quiet beauty, something changes within you almost imperceptibly at first. The world slows down further now, allowing individual threads of existence to reveal themselves for what they are, tangled whispers in the great tapestry of life. You breathe out slowly as these secrets begin to surface one by one. Inhale, exhale, and on with each breath you feel yourself sinking deeper into this quiet slumber. And so the ancient world rests beneath the stars. As do you. Let the silence carry you now. Sleep well.